Hello and welcome to this course. In this course, we are going to talk about a whole lot. In fact, I am so excited that you've joined us. You are going to learn a whole lot. You are going to, play around with a whole lot of things. In fact, you'll be learning HTML, nearly everything you need to know about HTML in this course. So it's going to be a journey, right? And I'm going to make this as practical as I can. Let's not waste much time. Let's get into it. So who is this course for? Well, this course is for complete newbies, right? People that uh do not have any experience, or if you don't have any experience with web design or any programming experience, this course is for you. Also, I advise that if you are a complete newbie, you take first course, that is the introduction to programming. It's very important. If you've not watched that video, please pause this video and go back there and then watch that video. It's very key. It's we set the baseline for this course in that other course, so please do want to watch it, right? And this course is also for tech enthusiasts, people that are already in the tech field, probably even have some programming experience, but then you sort of want to now enter into the web development field, and then you need to know how to enter, you need to understand the roadmap and everything. This is also a course for you, because web development is really broad. There's a whole lot involved, right? So we'll dissect things along the way. And then also entrepreneurs who want to build web applications, right? Sometimes you're an entrepreneur, you want to learn you have this amazing idea you want to work on. It's not easy, or it's not cheap hiring a developer. So sometimes, it's necessary that you want to develop it yourself, at least in the beginning, or have an idea of how to go about it. Or probably you want to build a tech business, but you want to understand how, as the CEO or the founder of the tech business, at least you need to understand how things work on a fundamental level, so that you can even communicate well with your development team and stuff like that. And then also designers, people who already do graphics and cartoons, whatever it is, games, people that do all kinds of these things, designs, and then want to sort of add up. For those people, bringing their visual experience into web design, it's very beautiful when they do that. So if you're a designer and then you also want to bring your skills into web design, this is try something new. This is also the perfect course for you. And the objectives for this course. So basically, this course is to help you get started to become a professional web developer, right? At Carrot Institute, our goal is to make you a professional, not just learn and go, right? So we want to give you all the guidance. I'll give you all the necessary tips along the way, all the necessary advice, some mistakes that I made along the way, okay, just to make this course very rich, so that you don't make the same mistakes, right? So that you can also, know how to put yourself together to become a successful professional, right? And then the other thing the other objective is to understand the key fundamentals of what makes up a website, right? Beyond the coding, we talk about URLs, we talk about browsers, we talk about devices, we talk about markup, we talk about scripting, we talk about all these things. Okay, so by the end of this course, you'd have a fundamental hold of all these things, which is very important as a web designer. You need to understand the entire ecosystem. Okay, and then we'll get our fingers dirty, build an actual simple HTML website, a very simple website, right? This course is very basic, very fundamental, so we won't do anything complicated, but even with the basic, you get a hold of so many things. And then you also get to understand key industry concepts like responsive data. So when we say make your website responsive, what does it mean? What does it entail? Okay, when we talk about site performance, accessibility, all of these things, what does it entail? You get to understand that. So it's really packed. And to what you need for this course, you definitely need a laptop with internet connectivity. We'll be checking out some sites. We'll be doing a lot of live practicals, inspection of live sites, real life websites and web applications. We'll be checking out. You need internet to download a few resources, and all that. So and then you cannot be a web developer without a laptop and without internet connectivity. So please, if you don't have, pause this video and go and get one. It's very important that you have one. And then also the book reference is Learning Web Design 5th edition, Jennifer by Jennifer Niedes Rubens, right? The link to the book is in the video's description. In fact, there are 2 links. You can use any of them. Please do well to download the book. This book is amazing. Basically, this is the book I used to learn how to design websites, right? That was when I was somewhere around in high school. I met this book, saw it somewhere on my computer, then checked it out. And that was, in fact, at that time, this book was around the 3rd edition. Okay, so that was around the 2000s. Now this is the 5th edition, so it has a whole lot. So most of the things I'll be teaching, I'll be referring to this book. Some of the content I'll take it from this book, okay, and add mine, and make it an entirely rich process. So I really advise that please download this book. It's a free book. It's a PDF. Download it, read it. Absorb the content in it. There's a whole lot. In fact, if you're able to go through this book from beginning to end, trust me, your fundamentals will be so deep, your roots will be so deep, you can never forget what you learned. So please do to download this book. And then the other thing you need is curiosity and ability to self-learn. So if you watch our introduction to programming, I kept on hitting on the fact that you need to be able to self-learn as a web developer. In the tech space, you cannot just sit there. You need to be, should I say, aggressive with knowledge. Okay, as this course goes on, read more. In fact, what we practice over here, try to practice with other websites, try to modify things, right? Try to play around with things, be curious to know how things work. Without it, trust me, you are not going anywhere in your career, in your web development career, right? So be curious, self-learn how to Google search. All those things, like I said, we talked about it in our introduction to programming. So it's a very important course. Please do well to watch that video, right? Because once you watch it, some of the fundamentals will make it easier to understand what we are doing here in this course. All right, so the tools I'll be using to teach you: Notepad, right? Yeah, so we'll be doing I call it doing HTML the hard way, right? So Notepad will let us do it the hard way. Notepad is on every computer, every Windows computer, right? We'll be using Windows here. On Mac, there's also text editor and all, but then most of the tutorials we'll be doing here, it's just Windows-based tutorials. So Notepad, you don't need to install any other additional software. I'll show you how to do it. But once you get it with Notepad, you even appreciate more of the complex tools, right? So we'll be doing it the hard way. This is exactly how I learned it, how I became a master at it, right? So Notepad is very necessary. We just pop up Notepad, type some code over there, and then I'll be guiding you along the way. And then also we'll be using an online platform called Codepen, which I also explained to you. You can create an account there. It can also help you follow through. When we use Notepad, you understand the basic workflow of a developer. Okay, how building a site, the flow is like. Notepad will help you understand it, right? But in some courses, for the purpose of should I say a better experience, right, we would want to make some of the things you are doing appear really fast, right? So I'll be using Codepen. With Codepen, as you are there, as you code, you see the changes almost immediately, right? So with most of our practices and playing around with HTML stuff, I'll be using Codepen. So at this point in time, I'll let you know whether we are switching to Notepad or whether we are switching to Codepen, sorry, so that you can follow along. But it is going to be a very fun process. All right. So just a quick one. If you've not signed up to this channel, please do all to subscribe to this channel. Our goal is to make coding as easy as possible. Every week we drop new videos, deep courses, okay, not just any courses, but courses with serious career tips, guidelines, very amazing content. So share with someone, subscribe, click on the notification bell so that anytime there's a new video, you will not miss out on it. So now that we've gotten the introductions and the basics out of the way, let's get started with the meat of this course. All right, so the first thing we talk about is the anatomy of a website, right? When you visit a website, like YouTube or Facebook or all these sites out there, what actually makes up your website? Now, once you're able to understand this, okay, you are going to have a lot of fun with building website. Okay, this overview is very, 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 very important, right? So in this slide, you see that there's a screenshot of a YouTube video, right? Now, once you see this site as it is, what makes up this site? And the fun part about this course is we are going to do an actual practical at the end of this section. Okay, at the end of this section, so stay tuned for that. We do a real life practical about everything we talk about in this section, so stay tuned for that. So back to it. On this YouTube, what really makes it, this YouTube is so fanciful, looks complicated. There's video playing, there's some view count, there's buttons, there's pictures, there's images, there's a YouTube logo. What is all that stuff going on there, right? Now, the first thing you have to think about anytime you see a website is the team behind the website. A website is not just someone, it could be one person, it could be team, but then if it's even a one-person team, that one person is playing multiple roles. That's the developer, the designer, the content writer. All right. So if you're a one-man team, then you are the person in charge of how the website will look. You are the person in charge of the content that will be on it. So let's say you were designing a simple page like that for the logo. If you do not have any designer, then you'd have to figure out how to design that logo on your own. Right, that is what makes web design very versatile. Okay, it requires you to be very versatile, have multiple edges, because you may not be a designer, but then it will, the industry calls upon you sometimes to learn to design. Okay, sometimes there's an image, maybe you want the image to be black and white. You need to figure out how to do that in Photoshop and editing software. Right, maybe you got a client who wants a website. You need to mock up how the website will look without actually developing it, right? You don't have any designer, you don't know any designer friend who can do it for you, or you don't have the money to do that. You need to design it yourself, so you have to learn. Okay, that is one thing that makes web developers very versatile and then very much in demand in the industry, right? So at the beginning of your career, you'll be doing a lot of things. You'll be a one-man army most of the time, right? So you have to embrace the process. That is why it's very important to be able to learn. You fill yourself up with the knowledge as much as you can, right? But as you go up in your career, as you work in bigger companies and whatnot, you realize that in the web development team there will be people that are dedicated to design. So something like, I say, YouTube or any company, one person is not in charge of doing everything. There's somebody writing the content, there's somebody designing, okay, there's somebody also writing the code, right? That's it. But then by that time, you understand how all of these people come together. So a website is really made up of the people or the team behind it or the developer behind it, right? The next thing is the HTML, which is a markup. We call it a markup, hypertext markup language. We talk about it. So HTML is what is used to give you the content structure. I'll quickly brush over that. Now the next thing is the styling, right? That is the what gives the site the color. Okay, this button should be red, this button should be green. The video you are watching, the size should be this big. The title of the video should be color of white. That is all style. That is all CSS at work, right? And then the images and the media too as well. And then behavior, which is a JavaScript, right? What is the thing that is handling when you click the play button? When you click the play button, what makes the video actually play? When you click the pause button, what makes the video actually pause, right? When you decide to change the quality, when you decide to forward the video, what actually makes the video forward? Okay, that's called behavior. That's JavaScript. It gives life to the website. Okay, so let's jump into more detail into what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are, right? So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext Markup Language, right? Now, HTML, consider HTML as like the skeleton of the human body, right? You sort of give framework to your website. Okay, you are defining what should be a heading, what should be a paragraph, what should be an image, right? What should be a list. What should be a button, what should be a form. Okay, so HTML helps you to put the structure of the website together, right? So right now we're at HTML version 5, right? So it's always developing. Somewhere around the 90s we had HTML 1, but over the years, so it's been about like over 2 decades now, we are finally at HTML 5, where it has a ton of improvement. In the industry, things are always improving. Okay, right? So we'll get ourselves dirty with HTML. We actually mark up some sites on our own, and one way to learn, as you learn HTML, you realize that there's a whole lot of tags, right? There's a whole lot of how do I put, if you have to put together a human skeleton, you realize that okay, the human skeleton is made up of so many parts. There's like the finger bone, there is the wrist bone, there is the knee bone, and if you have to put together a skeleton, let's say in a virtual world, you need to understand how all these bones work. Without it, you cannot really put together the skeleton. Okay, how do you know that you have to fix maybe the finger bone or the wrist bone or something, stuff like that. So it's the same with HTML. You need to know, if you want to make something a heading, how do you do that? If you want to make something a paragraph, how do you do that? If you want to add an image, how do you do that? If you want to add a link to another website, how do you do that, right? It's a whole lot, right? But which is why practice is very important, right? As you practice, they become like second nature. You can even sleep and wake up and be able to, you can literally program an HTML website in your head. Okay, the one thing you have to know is that HTML is very powerful. Putting CSS and JavaScript aside, CSS just came recently, right? There was a time when all we had was HTML. We didn't have CSS, we didn't have JavaScript, and people were still putting together fully functional sites. Though they were not pretty, they were not nice looking. Okay, and we'll compare how an HTML site looks compared to a site with CSS. Though they were not pretty looking, they were still functional. So HTML really helps you. You can build a site with HTML only, and it will function perfectly. It won't look aesthetically pleasing, but it will still be functional, right? So to a point, of course, but so you have to know that HTML is really powerful. So it's called a hypertext markup. Like, so don't worry, we'll do live practicals to see how this looks like, right? Don't worry, we'll get our hands so much dirty with HTML, but do well to get the basic idea of what HTML is, all right, like we've mentioned. Now the next thing is CSS. It's called cascading style sheets. I only understood why it's called cascading style sheets about like 6-7 years into my career. Right? So I won't worry your head too much right now about what cascading means. But as you move ahead, you understand what cascading means. All right? I don't want to worry you right now. But basically, CSS is for styling, right? So if HTML is a skeleton, take CSS like the body, the skin itself, your hair, your eyes, the color of your eyes, the color of your teeth, the color of your skin, right? CSS is what brings the beauty to websites, right? Without CSS, a website is just skeleton, right? So CSS brings it adds the meat to the site. It gives the site some sort of vibe, right? It makes it relatable. It makes it pleasing to the eye. It gives it its aesthetics, right? CSS too, they are just instructions that you write. There's just lines of code that you write to get your instructions. These also come if you want to change like the background color, if you want to change the color of a button, all these come with instructions that you have to learn. If you want to lay out your website, maybe you want to build a 2-column website, or you want to build a website that has like this big picture over there. In the previous screenshot you saw of YouTube, how the subscribe button is, let's say, red. That is all CSS, going on over there, right? So there's a whole lot to learn in CSS. In this course, I'll just introduce you a little to play around with CSS, but CSS itself will be an entire course on its own. This course is mainly about HTML, right? So you don't worry your head too much about CSS for this one, right? So, but at least you understand what CSS is. They are just instructions that help you to add color and beauty to your website. All right, it's very simple. Now there are lots of frameworks like Bootstrap. Probably you've heard about Bootstrap, Foundation. They make writing CSS easier. As you play around with CSS the first time, you realize that there are a whole lot of things that they repeat. You sort of be repeating them over and over and over again when as you build new website, right? So there are frameworks that make some of these repetitive tasks very easy, right? Then you don't have to do it all over again. And also, once you understand the basics, these frameworks, they sort of give you a fundamental, like let's say a foundation on which you can build your site, right? Because in the real world, speed is very important, right? Standardization is very important, especially when you're working with other developers, right? So if you have to do each and every single thing from scratch, it will take you a lot of time, right? So you need to know how to work fast. You need to know how to work efficiently and still produce amazing and quality work, right? So frameworks will come in along your career so many times, not just with CSS, but when we learn backend languages, when you learn front-end language, when you learn JavaScript, they all have their frameworks over there, right? So this is a very important concept to grasp. So that is what basically CSS is. Right now, let's look at the difference between a raw HTML site and an HTML site that actually has CSS. So on my left side of the slide, you see that this is a raw HTML site. Okay, you realize it just has links, right? Now, by default, the browser tries to give some components some color, right? So over here, anywhere you see blue, that's like a link. When you click on it, it takes you to another page, right? So the browser by default gives these links a blue color, right? So this is an HTML. So you see how it's like, you just laid out, you know, this is the heading, you see some paragraphs, you see some numbering over there, 1 2 3 1 2 3, you see some text over there, and that is HTML for you. So basically, this is a markup. This has been marked up, you know, the fundamental structure, but there's no color. It's not nice, it's boring, it's raw. But you look at the right side and you have a site that has CSS applied to it, right? So then you realize there's some blue color, there's white, you know, the images have been positioned in a way. So already these two side by side makes you see the difference between a site with CSS with some styles and a site that has just been marked up raw with HTML. All right, but then without this, you cannot get to this. Without the raw HTML site, you cannot get to the site. You can't just get up and start writing CSS without HTML. CSS relies on HTML. Okay, it's just like building a house or the human being. You cannot just put muscles and skin and nails together and teeth together if the body doesn't have skeleton. Okay, I don't know the kind of human being you be building over there, right? So, but you need a skeleton. So HTML is always the first thing we do before, and even as you in your professional career, all the projects that you do, you mostly start with HTML before you add the styles, right? And then sometimes when you see a design, you first have to, like, let's say a client gives you this site over here at the right side that, hey, I want a site like that. You won't just get up and go into, you know, doing this. You first have to, you as a developer, you first have to mentally be able to break down the HTML going on here. Okay, so what HTML was used for this? Is this a button? Is this something that was styled like this? Is this a heading? What was used for this? Okay, so without that HTML knowledge, you cannot do this, right? So this is very important. Okay, so next is JavaScript. You know, in the video about the anatomy of the website where I showed you the YouTube screenshot, we said JavaScript is sort of like when you click the play button, what makes the video play, what makes the video pause, you know, all that stuff. JavaScript is like the behavior, right? So you have the skeleton, you have the muscles you've applied. Now without JavaScript, the human being is just dead. Okay, it can't move. Okay, how does the human being pick something? How do I take water and drink it? How do I take food and eat it? So JavaScript is sort of like the life of the website. Okay, without JavaScript, your website is boring. It's just there. Yeah, it looks nice. It has the basic structure, but it can't really do anything. It can't move. Okay, it can't command other components to move. Right, and that's the importance of JavaScript. All right, so JavaScript is also like instructions. They usually end with .js, right? So you realize that HTML files usually end with .html, CSS files usually end with .css, and JavaScript, you realize that they end with .js, right? As you climb into more advanced territories, you find other extensions, but they all basically are around the same fundamentals, right? And the beauty about JavaScript is just like CSS. If you have your HTML file, okay, we can have like a Microsoft Word file, we can have like an Excel file. So the same way for websites, you have an HTML file that has HTML code in it, right? And in that HTML file, you can write your CSS inside, or you can separate it as a .css file. In that same HTML file, you can write your JavaScript instructions inside over there, or you can separate it as a .js file, and then you link them up. Okay, so as you go along your career, you know when to there's really no one rule for it. There are times that it's necessary that you write the code, your CSS and JavaScript in the same file, and it works. But there are times too that you have to separate out all the concerns so that you have a very clean start, especially when you're building a very big website, right? You need to sort of separate things out so that when you are maintaining your files, everything will sort of be organized. So this is about JavaScript. So a quick summary: HTML for markup, CSS for beauty, JavaScript for life. Okay, so don't be scared of what JavaScript is. It's not anything. Anytime you hear JavaScript, it just means adding life, adding functionality to the website you've built. And JavaScript is different from Java, right? The differences between Java and JavaScript can be another course on its own, right? So JavaScript is very, very, very different from Java. Okay, so don't confuse it. Java is an entirely new thing. It's an entirely new language, new technology that's its own thing, right? So for a web developer, for now, we are focusing on JavaScript. All right, so it's practice time. Like I promised, we'll be doing lots of practice. So what we'll do is we are going to break down some popular websites, right? Inspect their HTML, CSS, JavaScript, see what's going on there, right? Now, this is your first major lesson as a professional web developer. You need to learn how to break existing sites down. You need to learn how to figure out what is going on there. Let's say you go to YouTube, you see their subscribe button. Wow, the YouTube subscribe button is looking very nice to you. How have they done it? How do they do that button? You can go there, inspect it, check it out. So I'm going to teach you how to inspect components on a website, any website that you visit. You can get an idea. The developers, as a developer, you can try to mask so many things. These people, they try to mask and hide so many things. At least most of the time, you can uncover some one or two things from there that can help you get an idea. I have done this so many times. There are times I visit a website, I try to say, oh, this color is really nice. I want the color. I just quickly check it out, look at how the color, how the structure is, and then bam, I just use it in my project. All right. So, and design is design. There's no rule that says don't learn to copy someone. In fact, the best designers learn how to copy. All right, yeah. Only that when it's a resource, you need to, if there's some credit you want to give to the original person, it's necessary to give some credit. So in this practical, we are going to break down YouTube, Apple, Amazon, the big three schools. Right, these are very highly popular sites. Now, once you break them down, you realize that there's really nothing as scary going on behind it. See, the only thing that makes these platforms unique is the fact that they operate on a very large scale, right? YouTube has billions of users, Apple has billions of customers, Amazon has millions of people ordering every day. The scale is what makes it different. Managing a platform where there's so much scale, it takes a whole different level of technology and service and then all that. But putting all that aside, at their core, they are all basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript websites, right? Every website out there has these technologies. Okay, so at their core, these things are just basic, right? But then they are operating at a high level. So that is why I decided to choose this specifically, so that so upon all your beginners, this is just what's going on, right? And once you inspect them, you realize that they are not so scary. It's not so foreign, all right? And then you can get a hold of what goes. So let's quickly get started with breaking down this website. Okay, so this is I have YouTube open right here, right? So we are going to quickly inspect what's going on there. There's a whole lot of fanciful stuff here. There's a video playing here. There are some buttons over here. We have the comment section. We have some titles over here, some images over here. and then whatnot, right? So let's see what's going on here. So to inspect a website, right? To check the HTML of a website, all you have to do is to click anywhere, right click anywhere on the website, whether you are using Chrome. Over here I'm using Google Chrome. You can use Firefox or you can use Microsoft Edge, right? I prefer Google Chrome, right? So whichever you prefer to, they work perfectly. But only know that as a developer, you need to be familiar with all these browsers, because as you develop, you have to be testing in all these browsers, and we'll talk about that too later on. So I right click, like I said, and I click inspect. Okay, then once I click inspect, over here it opens an interesting section for me. Over here I see a whole lot of things going on over here. So let me just make this place, enlarge this place. So over here, what do you see here? So you see, if you watch the introduction to programming, you identify some of these code as A. So all this is HTML. So this is HTML going. So the bigger the website, the more HTML that is written, right? So there's a whole lot of HTML going on. Now, as you write, you begin to be familiar with most of these things. They are not complicated. We have divs over here. We have IDs over here. We have some custom HTML elements. You know, all of them are going on. All these things are going on here. Let's inspect another thing. Let's say for this button, this subscribe button. Let's inspect this subscribe button, see what's going on over here. Okay, so over here, you see we have the subscribe over here, written over here. Okay, so it's not anything. And then you check the CSS out, you see there's some red colors over here, there's a white color over here. So you know, there are teams of people that just sat down and then wrote some HTML instructions that, hey, this button is supposed to be red, okay, based on whatever decisions that they're supposed to make, maybe to fit the brand or stuff like that, right? So it's red. All the ways the button has to look has been written down. So don't let it scare you. All right, they are as you go on, you realize that they are just English. Okay, you see position over here, you see the width, you see the margin, you see the background, right? You see letter spacing, you see the font size. Okay, if you've worked with Microsoft Word and these two, you realize that font size is, you know, how big the text should be. So font width, letter spacing, transform, you know, these are just the basic English, right? So entirely the whole of it, this was going on HTML, CSS, and there's some JavaScript as well, which I'll show you. All right, so you take this, let's right click on the GameSpot, the channel logo over here. All right, so you realize that over here you have an image, right? You learn how to add images to an HTML website. So this is just an image. There's so this is actually a real image, okay, over there that that was added. Okay, so let me see if I can try opening this separately in it's up. You see, so over here we have the image. So I just say I was allowed to sort of use this image on my site. I can just right click on the image. This is called the source of the image, HTTPS over here. When you open this link in another page, you'll be able to actually use it. So over here, I've opened that image that we see over here. So you realize that it's just an image that was uploaded somewhere, and then I can actually save this image, right? So I right click on the image and click save image as. Let me just try saving it on my desktop. Wow, that is it. Now I have the image right on my desktop that I can use, right? So you realize that it's really just the basic stuff that are going on. It's nothing scary. All right, it's nothing scary. So with time, you know how all these things. So this is an image, this is a link, right? So you realize that this A, for example, there's an A link over here. When you click on this link, it's going to take you to the actual channel of the page, right? So that's just a link. All right, so already you are sort of seeing how things are going on, and you can inspect anything. You can check out anything that's going on. If I come over here, let's say Elden Ring, right click on it, you realize that if you break it down, you realize that Elden Ring has been typed somewhere. The label we see over here, we have a label, Elden Ring, the best weapons title, Elden Ring. You know, it's just there. It's just something that has been typed that is there. It's not anything scary. But you ask yourself, now, how come on this site you are not seeing all these stuff? You know, you are not seeing divs and these plenty things. All you are seeing is a very beautiful website, but whatever is going on behind, nobody can see except when you decide to look at it, right? All these things are hidden. Now, these things is why we call it the markup language. It's the HTML, it's the hypertext markup language. Now, what happens is that the browser, so in this case, Google Chrome is the one that is converting all these into what you see over here, right? So these are like, take it like instructions to the browser. Okay, if you watch the other video, we talked about preparing a meal, for example, right? Now, imagine you want to prepare a meal. You can prepare a meal, you can eat a meal. You don't necessarily need to know the recipe that goes on behind the meal. Okay, you can eat rice, you can eat jollof, or whatever it is, and enjoy it. And then, even at that point, you don't know how the jollof was prepared. So it's just like that. The browser is the only thing that actually knows how the recipe for this site was made. Okay, it's the one that converts that instruction into what you are seeing over here. All right, so you, the user visiting this site, all you know is that you are watching a video. All you know is that you are seeing comments and reading comments. But behind the scenes, these things are just instructions that have been written down by a team of developers somewhere for you to be able to see that. So as a professional developer, all you need to know is how to write these instructions. Is that basic? That is all you need to know, how to write these instructions. All right. Now let's try out another popular site, the Apple website. All right. So this is the Apple website. Basically, let's also see. You realize you see the same thing going on over there. Okay, over here to the same thing, similar to all that we saw over there. The divs, the scripts, and Apple also has some CSS over there. Okay, so over here you see that there's a color, so this link over here, they said the color is this blue H06C. All right, so and then you realize that at the side we have main.builds.css, right? So that's an external CSS file. Okay, an external CSS file that has the styles inside. Okay, so it's that simple. Right, so that is why I mentioned that every website, no matter how big they are, fundamentally they are just HTML, CSS, JavaScript that's going on over there. You get the idea. So Apple to wherever you go is just HTML. These are just images. So like I said, websites require a team, right? So you may not know how to design like all these flashy things going on. You may not be a graphic designer. So Apple, for instance, they have like sort of they have designers behind the scenes who are actually designing these things. So it's not a one person work, right? If it's one person going to do something like this, it's going to be a lot of work for you. So at the level they are, they need teams, right? But then when you are building something similar and then it's not so much at scale, you can easily do it. If you know anything, it's just pictures and words and links and all those things combined. This can also be an image that was there, that links to something else. We have unit image wrapper. So just try to play along so many websites, and all you see is the same HTML, CSS, JavaScript, HTML, CSS. I'll be showing you where the JavaScripts also are HTML, CSS, JavaScript, just like what we saw in the YouTube platform, right? So I believe at this point in time you are getting a hold of how things are going. Now let's also check out the Amazon website. Okay, so this is the Amazon website. Over here, let's inspect this too. Right, the same divs we talked about, the same things over here. So basically everyone is and this doc type we'll be talking about it, this structure you're talking about it's the same thing. How you see Amazon.com in the tab over here, Apple here, the top-based games, they are all very simple HTML instructions, right? So the browser, this is what we call rendering of HTML and CSS. So what happens is that all these instructions, the browser renders it, it converts it into something visual. Human beings, we don't care, site visitors don't care about these things, they just care about what they are seeing. So the browser does all the dirty job. Imagine you visit Amazon.com and then you see this. And you want to shop for something, and all you see is this. Every page you open, all you see is this. How are you going to shop, right? It's impossible. So the browser does all that dirty work for you, all that rendering behind the scenes with a set of rules and all that, and then once it converts all these instructions into this beautiful thing that you see over here, and then you can use, right? uh Now I want us to quickly check something. So you can click on the network tab over here. Like when you click on the network tab over here, I want us to quickly just do something. Reload whatever page you are on. Okay, so you realize that a whole lot of things are popping up over here. So we said that a website is just made up of files and sheets and JavaScript content, right? So you realize that over here, you see style sheet. So all these things are the components that makes up, the Amazon website. So you see we have style sheets, we have PNGs, we have scripts, we have all these things over there, script. So over here you see JavaScript content.js, right? So this is also, once you click on it, you see some of the content, the JavaScript inside. So this is JavaScript. So this is what is giving the page life, like we mentioned. Okay, so if you check the Amazon website, say like some things are moving over there. You have the sliders moving. All this thing is done by the JavaScript. So we have content.js here, which is the extension of JavaScript. You see we have some code and some instructions over. So the browser is converting. So the browser, you see, as it is, it does a lot of work in making sure that you get the best experience based on the instructions that has been provided. Now what makes it tricky is that the browser is a software, okay, like we talked about in our old video and in our first video. It doesn't know anything. It just tries to guess some things, but basically everything that will be displayed here, all the instructions is based on you, the developer, to provide. You tell the browser that, hey, I want this button to be red, I want this button to be black. The browser will not automatically show a blue button or a red button. So you have to diligently provide instructions for every single component on your website. The best thing the browser can do for you, that let's say you create a button and you don't give it a color, the browser will just by default give it some color, okay, and if you're okay with that, that's fine. So you have to explicitly sort of be providing instructions for every component, right? So let's reload this page. Okay, so over here we have some buttons here. Somebody sat and then said that this button should be green. Let's inspect this button. So you right click on it, click inspect. Okay, we are in the elements tab. Over here we are in the style. So elements is like the HTML markup, and over here is the styles. So the styles is where the CSS stuff are, right? So let's check out the style. So over here realize that this is the button that we said the color is black. You realize the color is black over here. You go down there, you see other styles related to that particular color. Let's see. All right. So these are more styles in relation to the color. And one other thing too is, as you inspect the HTML, right, you can directly click on the HTML. So I can click here to see what's going on. So you see I click the span over here, and as you click, you realize that the browser automatically shows what you are hovering on the side. So you see, look at it. So I click on span, you realize that the browser sort of highlights on this. So span highlights on this div, you see. So follow along, you see the browser is highlighting. So this is something you'll be playing along with most of the time. So sometimes you want to find a particular component, you're not sure what it is, you can hover your mouse over the element to see which actual component it's the browser highlights. So the browser is doing a lot of work for you. So I highlight the span over here, I clicked on it, and then now I got the color that Amazon is using for their try something, their buy button. Okay, this is the background color. So just in case this color is really nice to you, you want to use it on your own website, you can just copy this color and then apply it in your own CSS, and you are good to go. Nobody will come and catch you for picking a color on the Amazon website. Okay, colors are not, there's no copyright stuff for colors and stuff like that. So I hope you are getting an idea of how all these things are getting. So as you've sort of dissected some of these websites, you're already getting a feel of it. Okay, now without these CSS instructions, this would have just been a normal button. Probably wouldn't be yellow. The browser will find some default gray or something color to give it, right? But then they had to explicitly say that, hey, this button is supposed to be yellow. right? So these are what goes on. There's a whole lot going on. This is what we call developer tools. Okay, so anywhere you hear developer tools, browser developer tools, these are all what we call developer tools. Okay, so there's a whole lot going here. There's console. If there are any errors in JavaScript or there are issues, you can see in the console over there. There's Lighthouse, for sometimes inspecting the speed of the website. We'll talk about their sources. There's network. Network usually helps to see how fast the page is loading, whether it's slow or that kind of thing. So there's a whole lot going over here, but then for this course we'll mostly be doing with elements, maybe once in a while styles too as well. All right, so I hope you are getting an idea of how this thing works. Now let's check our last website, W3 Schools. Now W3 Schools too is like this platform is going to be one of your best friends as a web developer, right? Most of the things you may forget, like let's say HTML is a lot, development is a lot. You cannot always cram everything into your mind all at once. As you go on, you forget some things, you need to refer. So most of the time when you Google, it will really link you back to W3 Schools. Okay, so this is the W3 Schools website. You can learn CSS, you can learn HTML, you can learn all that stuff too over here, right? Tutorials. I still use W3 Schools up to now. All right, it has a whole lot of content, a whole lot of things. In fact, most of the time I always refer to W3 Schools. So this is also a tool that you can have if there's like you learn about paragraphs or headings, and there's some more information that you want. This is like a research site. If you want some more information that's not covered in a certain tutorial that you watch, W3 Schools is really powerful. You can explore that as well. It really helps. So this W3 School, we also go to do some inspection over. So let's say, I really love this their button. The color, it's looking nice. Let me check it out. So I right click on it, I click inspect again, and I try to find what's going on. Okay, so over here I already see that we have the background color here, which is this color. Okay, so the radius, the curve of the button is 25 pixels. Okay, the width of the button is 90 pixels. Okay, so just with this, I can go back to my code and then sort of duplicate the same button on my website. All right, so these are, and the more you go through sites like that, right, the more you're able to sometimes when you go through all these codes subconsciously, you're able to appreciate CSS and HTML more. You are also like building your skills intuitively. Okay, so you realize that more and more as you write more code, as you read through more people's code, you just get better in some way. Okay, it sort of becomes like a second nature to you, right? So with time, you open a website. For me, for example, with time, anytime I open a website, I'm already imagining what's going there. I'm trying to predict what is going on the website, even without opening the dev tools. All right, so it's also what's going to happen to you. Now you have some idea about how the website works, so you are just going on. You're like, okay, this is probably a div, this is probably a heading, this is probably an image tag that was used. If not an image, what was used? Okay, what is actually being used for this slide? Okay, I like it. This is definitely JavaScript. Okay, this can be like a special design carousel that they did. Maybe something is happening anytime I click this. Okay, so that essentially becomes like your go-to. You're able to break down website, and it makes you a better developer. In fact, as you browse more and more over websites, you get more ideas on how to build your website. Sometimes you visit a website, you see the way they did their button, okay, this is yellow. Next time you're building your website, you're like, hey, there was this time I saw this website, I like the button over there, let me go back and go and check. And that is how it goes on. So always be curious as to what's going on, and you are no more the layman. You are now a professional web developer. So try to always not just use the platform, but try to understand what is going on in the platform, and that is how you learn, and that's how you get better. So this is the end of the practical for this session. So there'll be more practicals coming on. We are still right in the middle of the course. There's still a lot to catch up on. So I hope you were able to understand this section, and at least you got an idea of how HTML, CSS, JavaScript is working in real life. So let's quickly move on to the next section. Okay, so in this section we are going to go a little bit technical with some of the concepts. We are entering into the the more exciting and technical areas of web development, right? It will be very exciting. Uh, like I said, I'll be keeping this very basic and fundamental, just giving you the foundation that you need, right, to learn more. It's not about learning more. Whatever we discuss here, please do go to learn more. All right, very key. Also, as a reminder, please do get the Learning Web Design 5th edition, right? On this particular topic, static website versus dynamic website, you will see there's a whole lot more content over there that I feel you can refer to and read more. If we are to cover all that in this course, we'll be talking about like a 12-hour, 24-hour course, right? Yeah, there's a whole lot to talk about, but I've picked the very key things that you need to know, summarize a whole lot, added my own just to make sure that you are getting the full meat as much as possible. But definitely don't end it here. Go out there and then do more and learn more. Okay, so static website versus dynamic website, right? Basically, a static website is just raw HTML files. Okay, like we showed very early on in the course, the raw one with the whole black and white stuff, right? Now, static websites, they are, I call them like dumb websites. They don't really know anything. They don't learn. They can't tell who you are. They are just there. In those days when it was just HTML, websites were just basically for sharing information, content, research, and stuff like that, right? It's over the decades that the power was discovered that they can do more than just sharing information, right? So that's when dynamic websites come inside. So dynamic websites sort of are intelligent, should I say that, right? They are sort of, they know who you are. For example, YouTube is a dynamic website. Facebook is a dynamic website. You log into your accounts. They show you videos based on what you've watched already. That's dynamism. So every person who logs into their YouTube account will see different content on their homepage. If I log into my YouTube account, I'll see things that I love to watch. If you log in, you will see things that you love to watch, and that's the dynamism we are talking about, right? And these dynamic websites, they remember you. So dynamic websites, usually that is when languages like PHP and all these, Java and C# and Python, these languages come in, right? Now these come to give intelligence to what you've already developed. So you've built your website, HTML, CSS, you've added your JavaScript. Now your website is nice, it's looking beautiful, it does one or two things. Now, how do you remember your users, for example? Okay, how do you show different content based on or the user that is logged in? Or how do you let people to sign up? Okay, those basic things are what makes dynamic websites dynamic. All right, the content that is generated is different from static. For a static website, it's just there. It doesn't know you. You just go read your content, you click some few links, and you are good to go. Okay, so this is the difference between a static web, and as a developer, it's very important to be able to differentiate between these two types of websites. Right, when you go somewhere and you are talking about static, you know what they are. When you are somewhere and talk about dynamic websites, you know what they are. And then these concepts will come in handy as you learn more advanced JavaScript and web design concepts. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, so the internet versus the web. Now, the website has become so ubiquitous that it's sort of, people use the internet and the web. In fact, if you say internet, people just immediately think about the web sometimes, because the web has become so big and huge, right? But then the internet and the web are very different things. And as a professional web developer, you need to know what makes them different, right? The internet is basically a network of computers. Okay, take it like a spider web, right? Where each portion of the web, there's a computer over there. A spider web usually has that angled feel with a whole lot of threads connecting some points and all that stuff. Yeah, so take it like a computer is at each point, right? That's the internet, right? So the internet is really not owned by anyone, but it is governed by a body. They don't own it, but they govern it, because somebody definitely has to regulate what is happening over there, bring in standards. And because then there are so many different types of computers on the internet, devices on the internet, something has to define the standard. Okay, bodies have to come together, countries have to come together to define a standard. Hey, let's allow this type of communication to happen. You get it. So take it like the way we have, let's say the African Union or United Nations, where it's not really owned by anybody, but then countries have come together to decide that, hey, let's do things this way, let's do things. It's the same thing for the internet. All right, so that is the internet. It's just made up of computers that are linked together, right? Now, the web is just one way you can communicate over the internet. So websites are just one way you can communicate over the internet, right? When you chat to your friend on WhatsApp, on Facebook, or on the WhatsApp app, you are not on the website, but yes, though you are chatting over the internet. Without the internet, your messages will not go through. So WhatsApp is using another kind of protocol, right? So the ways you can communicate over the internet, they are usually governed by what we call protocol. So we have IMAP. If you send an email, okay, there's a different protocol over there. If you send a WhatsApp message, there's a different. If you do a video call, there are some protocols that are going on over there. Just like when you open a website, there's a different something going on over there. So these are protocols. There are ways that you can communicate over the internet. So the web happens to just be one of the many ways, right? Called the WWW, the World Wide Web. You get it. So that is it for the internet. Let's talk more about it, right? So the web uses a protocol called the HTTP protocol. And as a developer, this protocol is your bread and butter. Everything you do mostly will rely on. In fact, there's a whole lot, as of now, there's still a whole lot of HTTP things I need to learn, and I'm still learning. So HTTP is your protocol. The more you know about it, the more you can manipulate your website to perform better. So know as much as you can about the HTTP protocol. It's called the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, HTTP. Sometimes you see HTTPS, which is sort of like the secure version. That is another topic, is the secure form of HTTP. Okay. And usually you see the HTTP in front of every address that you visit. Don't worry, we'll at the end of this section, we'll do another practice lab so that you see the HTTP in real life action, right? So, but get the understanding from here, right? So it's one of the things that makes the web different, and then allows you to, allows for linking of different. So you can be on YouTube and click a link and then it takes you to Facebook, or you can be on Facebook, you click a link, it takes you back to YouTube, or you can be on YouTube, you click a link and it pops up a Facebook. You can even be in WhatsApp, you click a link and then it opens YouTube right in the WhatsApp. Okay, these are all HTTP protocols. This is HTTP protocol in action. Okay, it's defined a standard that makes it very easy to use the web power to share information and link documents with each other. And browsers. Now, as a web developer, just like we showed in the lab we just did, browsers are your playground. Okay, as long as you're developing a website, a browser is your playground. It's usually known as the client, right? Now, there is the websites usually work from a simple request response cycle. All right, so basically there is websites is just made up of files. So there is this computer on the internet somewhere that has the files. Right, once you do the practicals, you understand it. And also we also talked about this concept in the introduction to programming course. So please go there and listen more. So there's a file somewhere on the server. Anytime you enter your website address, it just links directly to that particular file. If the browser requests that file for you, that website for you, and then the server responds with the files. And then you see, so when you type youtube.com, for example, Google Chrome makes a request to the youtube.com server, and the youtube.com server responds with the website files for YouTube, and then you see your YouTube displayed in the browser. We talked about Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, Opera, and browsers are not available just laptops and computers alone. You can have a browser on your mobile phone. So as a web developer, as you develop your website, you have to look beyond people visiting the website on just the laptops, and you have to consider what happens when people visit their website on a smartphone. We'll talk about accessibility in the coming sections. All right. We have gaming systems too. Now on consoles, PS4s, Xboxes, and all those things, you can access browsers even right on the gaming system. So you already get an idea of how wide your job as a web developer is. Okay, so we even have developers and engineers that are dedicated to making sure that the browser works effectively. Right, it's very key. So learn as much as your browser. No, get used. Now you are no longer a normal user who just visiting website and browsing. Okay, so appreciate what the browsers are doing. Try to understand what's going on. Enter into the browser settings, see what's going on. They see how things are working. And also, as you learn more, anytime you visit a website, something is not working, you can immediately get an idea of what's going on. Right, so these are browsers called the client. Right. Now there's something called a browser rendering agent. Now in our practical video, I mentioned that all the HTML markup you see over there, the browser does the painful job of converting it into what you see, the beautiful website you see, and that part of the browser is called a rendering engine. Okay, so every browser has its own rendering engine. Over here we see some of the rendering engines available. Chrome 28 Plus, the version 28 Plus uses the Blank rendering engine. Firefox has its own rendering engine, Gecko, and now this is something that then makes your job as a web developer a bit tricky. Because when you develop a website, you have to make sure that the website looks as similar on all these rendering agents as much as possible, right? So as you go on ahead with your professional career, realize that when you develop a website, sometimes you open a website in Chrome, it looks this way. You open a website in Firefox, it has a slight difference. Okay, maybe the font will be a little bit smaller, or maybe the font will be a bit bigger, or maybe the red color will be a bit dimmer in Firefox as compared to Chrome. So you know all these, and you figure out how best to make them look as similar as possible. Sometimes the differences don't really break your website or doesn't affect your design, and you can stick with it. Other times too, there are some features that when you are implementing your website, Chrome can render it, but then on that same website, if you open it in Firefox cannot render it. So there are some features you need to look there's something called compatibility that you need to analyze. How compatible is your website on? Because then you can't assume that all your users will be using Chrome, all your users will be using Firefox, all your users will be using Safari, except yes, that is your target. Only Safari people, only Firefox. For that, you don't really care about other browsers. But as long as you want your website to be accessible, you need to understand the compatibility of these rendering agents. So when you read more and more, documentations, right, you most of the time, if there's a new feature that comes up, you see something like this is not compatible on this browser, but it's compatible on this version of this browser. Sometimes maybe it's compatible on Chrome, but it's not compatible on a certain version of Chrome. Right, so you need to be able to read all that and then choose something that on the surface level works very well. So we'll talk more about that too as we go ahead. So let's break down what the website address. So that youtube.com you entered or that facebook.com you entered, what is going on? So it's called the URL, okay, which stands for the Uniform Resource Locator. So every page and resource on the web has its own special address called the URL. Now take it like users of a telecommunication network. Every user has a mobile phone number, whether you're on MTN or Vodafone or whatever it is. You have a number, a phone, and that is your unique identity. No one else in the world has that same number by you, right? So that is your unique address. If somebody wants to contact you, the person has to call your number. If the person makes a mistake and dials the wrong number, it goes to someone else or it gives the person a wrong number. Now the telcos control the numbers available on the market for people to purchase, right? And what is not available, right? So it's the same for URLs. There are organizations that control the names available, or whether it's you have peter.com or john.com. Okay, you need to validate this. Okay, there are organizations that are in charge of that. So it's also the same for website. Every website has a unique identification. So YouTube is youtube.com. You can't type facebook.com and go to youtube.com. Okay, except they decide to set up something like a redirect or stuff like that. So that basically is one address. Okay. So over here you realize we have the HTTP protocol. like we talked about HTTP over here, it's appended on the website. We have the name of the site, so that's the host name and the domain name. Usually the host name you can only have kojo.example.com, amma.example.com or peter.example.com. Okay, the host name too can vary, right? It's all a way of locating someone. Okay, so let's say sometimes your contact on your phone, the same contact can have multiple contact numbers, right? But then they all dial the same person. Okay, or it could be the same person, but one contact number is for maybe their work line, another contact number is for their house line, another contact number is maybe for their emergency line. Okay, but it's the same person. It's just like that for sites. You can have different sort of variations of the same address linking to different portions of that website or that platform. Okay, and then right here we have the absolute path, right? So this is what tells it tells Google Chrome that, or the browser, that hey, when you locate the server having the website, locate it in this location. So let's say you want to call someone, you go to your phone app, you go to your contacts, you search for the person, and then you tap on the person, and then you dial the person's number and you call the person, right? The same thing for the website. You need to tell Chrome that hey, when you go to the server, go to the 2018 folder, go to the samples folder. There you find an HTML document called first.html. This is what I want. Okay, but most of the time we don't type this. We talk about that in a simplified URL. So this is basically what a URL is. This is what it's made up of. So try to understand this. Okay, the protocol, the name of the site, the absolute. But now let's talk about something interesting called the simplified URLs. Now you ask yourself, if I want to visit youtube.com, I don't type http://youtube.com/. I don't type all that. Now, first thing is that the browser usually adds it automatically. So when you type youtube.com, the browser automatically adds http or https.com.youtube.com. So you don't have to type it, right? It does that to make it user friendly for the layman, because it will be annoying to always type http:// youtube.com for every website. So the browsers make it easy for you. Also, you don't type youtube.com/home/index.php and other stuff. The browser, the server, usually the servers that are having they are hosting these website files for the platform, they are configured. So anytime the Google, like the clients request these resources from the servers automatically redirect them to, they are configured to redirect them to the actual file that is needed. So you, the user, doesn't have to you don't have to type it manually on your own each time, else it will become a bloodbath. All right, yeah. So they point to the default files. Now, for you, the developer, as you are developing, you would have to know these intricacies. You know that HTTP. So if you are linking to another website, you make sure that you include your HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, the user doesn't care about that, but you care about it. You get it. If you are configuring your server, you should know where your files that need to be shown to the users are configured. You need to know how to configure for that one. It's your work. Okay, this time around somebody is visiting your website, so you need to guide the browser that hey, when you access my server, do this and do this, be able to take this, don't take this, don't take the show this, do that. You have to configure all that, and there are languages for that. Yeah, so it's also a whole, and then it's also a whole path, a whole lot of things that you learn over there as well. But then, like I said, it's a lifetime thing. It's a lifetime thing. You don't cram everything at once. Okay, what happens is that as you go, you advance in the career, you meet the challenge, you learn it, you solve it, you meet the challenge, you solve it. Just like right now, you are learning how to put together an HTML site, and HTML works. Next time, you are not learning how to build an HTML. Next time, you're like, okay, I've been able to build an HTML, so how can I add some color, right? And then you learn how to add color. Oh, now I'm able to add color. How can I let people sign up? Okay, you're able to learn how to go sign up, and then you go on like that. So you get to a point where most of the basics, you're able to understand what's going on. All right. So once again, we are going to practice URLs see how the browser is automatically adding the HTTP to the URL at each request. We're also going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to demonstrate to you how the request response cycle works. So anytime you enter Amazon.com, for example, I'll show you how the request and the response is happening and show you what is happening behind the scenes. Okay, and these things happen very fast behind the scenes, especially when you're on, they are delayed a bit when your internet connectivity is slow, but they're happening very, very, very fast. In fact, there's a whole lot going on that for the sake of simplification, we'll not talk about, but then it happens very fast. But at least the basic request response is usually called an HTTP request. Okay, the basic request and response is there. So let's jump to that practice and see how URLs actually work in real time. Okay, so we are going to now look at how a URL is actually working in action. Okay, so I'm going to use MTN. Okay, it's quite a popular company. So mtn.com.gh, right? And then we go to mtn.com. Okay, so we are going to practice how. So let's see how the request response is, right? Before that, over here, you see I just typed mtn.com.gh, but let me double click this. You see something. You realize that now we have https:// and I didn't type that. So what happened, like we said, the browser automatically added that for me. Okay, so without that, this will not go anywhere. Okay, so this is the protocol that websites communicate with. All right, so the browsers automatically add that for you. All right, so like we said, so that's HTTP. So this is the secured form of HTTP, right? Now let's do something. Now we'll click anywhere and then click inspect like we did in the previous section. This time around, we are interested in the network tab. So right click anywhere on the screen and then you click network, right? Now let's reload this page. I want us to, just as we reload the page, just keep your eyes over here to see what's going on. All right. Okay. See, there's a whole lot of things that have been loaded over here. So basically, when you take the HTML, we said it's a request response, right? So the browser is sort of like, taking the MTN website and then requesting all the things that are required from the server. Okay, so the request is made to mtn.com.gh over here, right here. Okay, and then there's a status, there's a document, right? So the browser is asking for the HTML document, the website file for mtn.com from the MTN server, which is all happening behind the scenes, right? So let's click mtn.com, this particular request. Over here, let's go to the headers tab. So we click headers. So over here, see we have request URL, https mtn.com.gh. We have the request method. So one thing you need to know about HTTP is that there are so many request methods. There's get, there's put, okay, there's post, there's patch. You come across these as you develop more and more, okay. But the basic request that is used when you usually visit a website is called the get request, okay, the get request. So get me the website. Now you see over here the status code, we have 200, okay. So in HTTP, there's something we also call status codes, right? Let's just say I visit I want to visit something that doesn't exist. Okay, let's say it's mtn.com.gh/ let's say hello. Okay, right, we have page not found. Okay, so let's look at let's inspect the page not found and see what's going on. Okay, so you right click anywhere on the page. Okay, let me repeat that again for you. Okay, so I visited a path, something that I know probably doesn't exist on the MTN site, right? Then I right click and I click inspect. Okay, then I go to network. Then let's reload. So you reload to see the request and the response happening behind the scenes, right? So you reload. Okay, so just like this particular page, we also have some requests over here. But you realize that over here, when I click here, you see this time around the same gets, but this time around I get the status code of 404 not found. But over here, I have the status code of 200. Okay. So HTTP has something we call the status code. So anytime you make a request, right, the browser makes a request, depending on what's going on in the server responds with a certain status code to tell the user that, hey, this was unsuccessful, this was successful, this one. There are so many status codes. Okay, sometimes you meet something called 500 server error. Okay, that's their response. Okay, so the MTN website is able to take this response and show you that, hey, they said this page you're actually trying to find, we don't have it here on our website. We don't have any portion of our website that is /hello. So maybe you should try something else. So that's 404 not found. So that's the request that was made, and that's the response that the server gave. All right, and then we have other parameters for the request, the remote address, the referral policy. You know, I won't go deep into this for now. All right, so we'll just stick to the basic. Now the response header. So the response headers, the server responded with some information for the browser. Okay, so over there, you see, so all these things are not they are not scary stuff. They are just basic things that, you know, that describe whatever is going on the server and whatever the browser needs to do to process the site for viewers to see. So they are just like all instructions. All right, now let's come to response. So response over here, you realize that this site you are seeing here, there's some sort of response over that over here, the HTML file. So this is what actually the server came up with. So this is what was returned by mtn.com.gh. So the browser went through all this and then rendered everything and then showed you what beautiful website you see over here. Now let me quickly enlarge this over here. So realize that beyond the mtn.com, there are other. So there's styles.css, styles.min.css. These are some CSS files of MTN. Okay, there is a theme.style. There's the style.css itself. You know, there are some other files. You go through, you see some JSON, JavaScript files, jQuery files. You see some .js files. You know, you see a whole lot. You see some images, and then all that are displayed on the side. So all these things are fetched based on the request response. Hey, send me this. The browser says, hey, there's this image in your HTML file, so can you please send me over this image? There's this CSS file, can you send me over? So it's like an entire request response. So anytime a request is made for something specifically and the thing is not available or there's an error, the server will respond to with an HTTP status code, hey, server error, or this item was not found. You know, stuff like this. It's like an entire communication process. All right, so basically this is how they request. So try to inspect other websites as well to see their get an idea of the headers and the response. You know, let's just try for practice sake. Let's just try for, let's say, Vodafone. All right, so Vodafone Ghana. I visit the site, I inspect it, I go to network, right, and I reload the page. Okay, right, so you realize that over here too we have a request over here. So home. Okay, so over here I just typed Vodafone. I just went to Vodafone.com, but then automatically it took me to home. Okay, so then we talked about the automatic configuration that has been done on the server side. So Vodafone has done their own configuration that, hey, when somebody visits here, automatically redirect them to their home address. Okay, so you don't even type this on your own, then it takes you there. So these are some of the things that happen. So that's how URLs work. We'll take it like, maybe if you have your own phone number, you can decide that, hey, I'm redirecting all my calls to this particular number. So you have a phone number, somebody calls it, you can choose to redirect it to, let's say, voicemail, or you can configure it to redirect it to forward the call to another number. Okay, it's just like that for websites, right? As you own the website, you can configure it anyhow you want. Hey, when somebody visits mywebsite.com, redirect it to my LinkedIn page or redirect it to my Facebook page. Okay, so there's a whole lot you can do over there, right? So it's all dependent on you. So, but it's not magic. Okay, it's not magic. All these things, you break it down, you realize that what is going on behind the scene. It's not something so it's just something out of the world that, you know, cannot be done. You can do this as your website grows, as you get more users, as things become more, you need more complicated features, definitely some of the things you get to do become more complicated to make way for all the traffic and stuff you are getting. But then it also comes with team, sometimes you take this Vodafone side, it's definitely not a one-man job. All right, you definitely have people. There's even the photographers who actually go out there to go and get real life photographs. There are people who are taking the pictures of the devices. There are designers. There are people, they have the branding team and all that. All those people are behind. The web developers may not even know everything around the business, so they need the help of the content producers, managers, product managers. So everybody comes together to make this site what it is, right? So as a one-man team, you just know that, hey, I'm not just a developer, but I'm doing everything in between. All right, so basically this is how URLs work. Please do well to learn a whole lot more about it. Look more about HTTP status code, and if you have the learning web design book that I mentioned, there's also some status codes over there that have been explained for you. Go out there. The course is beyond the scope of this course for now, but then just to get an idea of what's going on there. So let's move on to the next section. Hey, so just a quick one. If you've not subscribed already, please do well to subscribe to the channel, like the video, leave your comments. If you have any challenges, just feel free to leave your comments, and then we'll try our best to give you some feedback on it as well. This channel is like really amazing. There's a whole lot we have planned for you, a whole lot of content and career tips as well that we have planned. So do well to subscribe. Okay, so going on to the next section, right? Now, this is the final section we'll deal with before we start, getting our hands dirty with some real life website design. All right. So, as a web developer, there are some very key concepts that you need to know. It's a must, right? That you need to know. Have an idea. They are sort of like a mindset that you need to sort of get yourself into as a developer. So you need to be aware of them. Okay, so we talk about the multitude of devices, we talk about how you stick with standards, progressive enhancement, responsive web design, what it is. We talk about one web for all access. We talk about site performance, and I'll give you some tips over there. So let's quickly jump into that as well. So the multitude of devices, as a web developer, you need to have in mind that your website, except you specifically decide that this website should be accessed on only this particular device. Except for that, if that is not the case, then know that your website is going to be accessed by different type of devices. Right? There was a time when you are building a website and only a computer like this is accessing, so you don't have an issue. But these days, right, someone is accessing from their phone, some from their smart TV, some from their tablet. Even the tablet, there's a whole different sizes of tablets, phones, whole different variety of phones and screen sizes and operating systems and browsers. So you need to try and optimize as much as you can, right? And now it's even going to get more, because now cars, there's smart cars, smart fridges, smart gaming consoles, and all those things are now accessing the web. So now your website is probably going to be accessed by somebody who is driving his car in the traffic. Okay, so you need to think about all those things, right? So have this concept in your mind. Now, sticking with the standards. Now, as you develop your website, right, try to make sure that you build standard compliant website. Okay, if you are adding a heading, make sure you are adding the heading the right way. If you are embedding media, make sure you are embedding media by using the standard that is required. Okay, why is it important to follow the standards? Because then the more you follow the standards, the more compatible your website is with different rendering engines like we talked about. Right? If you don't follow the standards, you may end up having very, very, very distinctively looking websites across different places. So try to stick with standards as much as possible. And as you learn, don't just learn. Okay, you are learning how to build a website. Okay, is this a standard? Is this allowed? You don't just get up and do what you want. Okay, you follow what is required. And if you don't understand why something is so, you make sure that you go ahead and then you read more about it. Okay, why am I supposed to do this way? Most of the time you find a reason, okay, that sometimes through experiments some people have conducted, or maybe some companies have conducted, they come out that, hey, we did this experiment, you realize that it's best to do things this way, it's best to do things that way. Okay, so try to stick with the standards and don't always, not like don't be creative, but there are some things that you learn not to just waste your time to reinvent the wheel. Okay, yeah, so that's very key. Now, progressive enhancements, right? Now, when you are developing website, you try to, you know that, well, this is my website, this is my web application, a whole lot of devices may access it, right? So what you do is that you start with the core. You realize that we started with the HTML, so you start with the core, the baseline, that you know that, okay, at least 99%, 100% of browsers out there can implement this, right? Then you add features progressively. Okay, so as you write, there are some HTML styles that come, some HTML markup tags that come later on that maybe Chrome has been able to implement it, but hasn't been implemented in Firefox yet. You need to analyze all that. Okay, well, is there a way I can go around it, right? So you build like that, you build progressively, right? You build with the baseline features first, then you add more complicated and new features. Okay, and this you apply it in your styling strategy. As you write your JavaScript, there's some JavaScript functionality that you know that, hey, are not available here. So you start with the baseline and you add the advanced things as you develop. So you have to plan all this even before you start writing your code, right? So as you plan a website, a client gives you a project, and then you don't do your research, and then you show the client that, hey, I'm going to build this way, build this way. Then meanwhile, that particular feature you want to build, it's not even compatible with most browsers. Then you go build something and then it's broken. All right, so part of your work is being able to research to see whether most of the things you are building is compatible, and then you build from the basic foundation as you move on. Okay, so the authoring strategy or styling strategy, there are some certain CSS styles that will not work or will have some different behavior in some browsers, so you need to know of that as well. Now, responsive web design, right? This is sort of like a strategy that you put in place such that, you know, there was a time that when you're building a website, you have to build different versions for different things. So if you are building a website, you build a separate one for the mobile interface. You build a separate one for the tablet interface. All right. But with responsive web design, the idea is that, okay, how can I make that one website look good and work perfectly on different varieties of devices? So when you build a website, whether the person is looking at the website on a mobile phone or looking at the website on a tablet or a big screen, you'd want the website to look as good as possible without so much modification. That's what responsive web design is all about. So there are tools and there are practices to building a responsive website. Okay, so as you build your website, have that in mind. Most developers just build their websites and they don't care about people looking at the websites on their mobile phones or something. It breaks your experience, right? Like I said, except you are specifically supposed to just focus on, you know, that, okay, all the users that will use this application, I know they'll be on laptop or they'll be on a desktop computer. That way, you know that, hey, I don't want to bother my head too much about the mobile because my users will not be accessing my application from there anyway. So responsive web design is an important concept to grasp, and you learn along the way, right? And then accessibility, right? As you develop your website, sometimes you cannot check all these boxes, but as you work, try to put certain things in place so that, you know, somebody that doesn't really see clearly will be able to see. So try to make your fonts as clear as possible, right? Maybe, you know, there are people that do not use their hands to browse, they use other tools to browse. Maybe auditory impairments or cognitive impairments, right? Maybe your website will have a lot of videos. Maybe you should think about something like subtitles, right? If somebody is watching a video on your website, what if the person cannot hear, but the person is really interested in what your website has to offer? How can the person understand what's going on? That's why subtitles become very necessary. All right, maybe the person cannot see very clearly. Is there a way you can make your font or your text such that at least to a point, a lot of people that do not even see clearly, they can see, or like maybe they can adjust their screen size and stuff like that, they can see more. So as a web developer, accessibility too should be a key thing for you, and it also depends on the application that you are building. All right, sometimes you are building an application, you need to consider what time of the day is this application going to be. Okay, are people going to be using it more in the night? Are they going to be using it in the day? If they are using it in the night, what colors is best to be used in the night? So you realize that whole lots of companies are building things like dark mode and light modes and all those things. So all these things are key, that are things that you need to consider as you develop your website. Now there is speed. In fact, the speed of your website is very key. Okay, as you develop your website, probably you are home developing your website, you are using very fast internet connection. So you think everyone who accesses your website has fast internet. No, right? You need to learn to keep things optimal. All right, because sometimes speed of your website is what will break it or make it. As of now, Google sort of indexes sites that are faster over sites that are slower. So if your site is very slow to load, sometimes you visit a website, it will load and load and load, and you wonder, sometimes even on decent internet, it will load and load and you wonder what's going on. That is very bad user experience. People will just bounce off your site. Google will even stop recommending your sites to users who search. Okay, so try to optimize your site. And if you are building for a business, site speed is like maybe an e-commerce platform, or a platform where people are buying and so doing business. Site speed matters. It can be the reason why the business fails, or the business gets more sales, or the business doesn't perform very well. All right, so site speed is very important. You need to, as a developer, you need to know how to optimize images. Okay, keep images to the bare minimum size. You don't just get up and put, there are some images you take that are like 500 megabytes, 1 gigabyte, like really huge images. You don't just get up and dump all the images on your website. It will make it very slow. It will make you spend more on your server, because for server resources, the more your site consumes, the more you pay, right? So optimization not only helps your user, but it saves you, the developer, some costs of maintaining the website. So learn to, don't put unnecessary images that do not matter. Don't just add unnecessary things you don't need to your website just because it's fanciful. There are some things that are fanciful, but like they are just, you can really do without it. Okay, so do something when it's very necessary. So you are always, your focus should always be reduction, minimal, minimal, as much as you can. If you can really get your site out there and get your users to use without a certain code or a certain feature, I said, please stay away from it. So keep things as minimum as possible, like the things that people will need at their core. Okay, it helps. It all helps. Right? Don't just go on and be adding features and images and all those things to your site just because it's there. They can't do it. Okay, yeah, it comes back to bite you. Okay, so finally, it's time to get our hands really dirty, right, with HTML. So in the next session, we are going to create a simple HTML page, get a feel of how HTML markup works, structure our document a little, and you also get your first experience with CSS. So let me show you what we are going to build. Okay, so this is what we will build in a very simple HTML website, but this is what will give you like the fundamental of HTML, and by the time we are done with this particular website, you sort of have a feel. And this will be your first official website, so make sure that you have a place to keep it to reference it later. I'm really excited about this. All right, it's a simple car rental website. It has the who we are, the why we love our business, and how to contact us, right? So I'll teach you how to insert images, how to add these colors and all that. This will be your foundations for building more amazing things. This is like your first walk into building your first website. So take this section with all the seriousness. Try as much as possible to follow along. Okay, so get a feel of how if you want, you can take a screenshot of this particular page and then put it somewhere so that you can refer to what we are building. You can also be flexible. Maybe play around with the colors. As I use yellow, you can try red and all that stuff. And then there's something that I really want you to know. This is just getting our hands dirty, right? We are going to, from here, we are now going to dive deeper into HTML, right? So don't worry about the elements I'll be using, the code I'll be writing, the markup I'll be doing too much. Just follow along, try to just understand the process in creating your files, open it in a browser, and just try to understand the process. Maybe the instructions I'm writing, try to wrap your head around, try to guess what everything I'm doing is, how everything I'm doing is working. You get it, but don't try to really get the actual instructions I'm doing right now, okay? Because after this, then we'll go back and then I'll teach you what each and every portion does into more detail. All right, so just try to get an idea. Don't rush it too much. Just try to get yourself in the flow and the feel of things. All right, and by the end of this session, trust me, you'll be really excited as to what you've achieved. All right, so let's get started. All right, so let's get started. So make sure you have your laptop ready and you have some internet connectivity, because you'll be downloading an image, so you need that internet connectivity for that. All right, so let's get started. So what you need is Notepad. Every Windows PC comes with Notepad already installed, so you don't need to download any external software. Now Notepad is very basic, it's very simple, right? I want us to do HTML the hard way, like I said, right? It doesn't help you to develop very fast, but then just so you get the whole flow of what we are working on, the whole flow of your work as a web developer is very important. I use Notepad to learn. Once you get it, it's easier to go to the more complicated editors that later on I'll show you, right, that you can use to develop faster, right? And then once you do Notepad a little, you also begin to appreciate these more advanced tools. They're essentially doing the same thing, just in making you more efficient. Okay, so to open Notepad, you go to, if you're on Windows 10, whatever it is, you go to your start menu, Windows 8, Windows 7, go to your start menu. You can type Notepad, right, and bring up Notepad. Okay, so if you remember, what we are trying to do is to build so let me quickly open the page here just for reference. All right, and what we'll be designing. Okay, we'll open that right here. Just a minute. Okay, perfect. Okay, so just for reference. Okay, so just for reference, this is what we are designing, right? So we have some content over here, who we are, why we love our business. We are always happy, and so like we said, we first need to mark up these things, right? So Notepad is what we use to mark up our HTML instructions. All right, so let's get to it. So we know we need the luxury car rental website. You realize I've made it a mixture of capitals and small letters. There's a reason. There's something that I'll show you as we go on. So luxury car rental website. So basically, we're just typing the content of the site without anything. So who we are. So we are a premium car rental website that helps travelers and business people to get access to comfortable and affordable rides anytime, whenever they are on the move. This is a fake business that I just created from my head, right? Now we also have why. Okay, so let's space out why we love our business. Why we love our business. Okay, we are. So let me just refer so that you see what I mean. So why we love our business, right? Then we type that content over there. So we are always happy and cheerful when we see people get access to nice cars on their journeys. I'm already seeing how much money this business will make because of how nice their website is. Simply love doing this. All right, so imagine that it's an actual car rental company that came to you to help them develop this, right? So this is your flow basically. and then we have the how to contact us. Oh, we want people to be able to get in touch with us through our contact numbers and then all that stuff. So please show our contacts on our website and then all that stuff. So you get it. Now, this content, most of the time, the people asking you to develop your site, if it's your own company, you think through this before you even start writing the code for the website, right? So that's the flow we are talking about. So you can come over to our garage on weekdays between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. right? And then you can also call us on +233 54 114 2245. This is a fake number, so please don't try to call it. It's a fake number. Maybe it belongs to someone, I can't tell. So make your inquiries. Sorry. All right. So now we have our content for the website, right? We've not written any HTML markup. We have our content for the website. So what makes this an HTML document? Now we'll see. So in Notepad, you go to File, right? Then you click on Save As. Okay, by default, Notepad saves your files as .text files, but then you go to Save As to save it as an HTML file, right? So you can create a folder on your computer where you save your website files. I have a folder over here. I'll save it right there. So I'll call it index. So I type index and I change the .txt to .html. All right, then I click Save. Okay, so now this is saved as a .html file. So this is literally a website. So if I show you the car rental website, and I inspect the element, this is what will be there. All right, so let's just see. Let's open it. So go to where you save the file, right? Mine is index.html, like I saved it earlier on. So you simply double click it. Now what happens is when you save it, if your default browser is Chrome, you see Chrome's icon. If it's Firefox, you see Firefox icon. If it is Microsoft Edge, you see Microsoft Edge icon by default, right? So you simply open it. So I double click to open it. It's been opened over here. Wow, that is your website over there. Okay, this is the basic website. We've not added any. So you see, this is just raw text. We've not even added HTML. So you have this mumbo jumbo jumbo stuff over here. All right, so you already see the importance of HTML as we go for the importance of CSS. All right, so over here we see index.html, but on our final website we have this. We have luxury car rental in the tab, but over here we have index.html. We also talked about the URL. Okay, so you realize that over here the browser has filled in the location of that particular file. So when we did the YouTube example and all those things, the browser request. So the browser requested from this file. Now this time around, my server is my computer. The file is right on my computer, so I don't need to do anything. The browser just picks it up over there. Okay, so in a nutshell, if I'm to type this into a browser at any time, it will open up this for me. Okay, yeah, and then let's try inspecting. So we inspect, we right click on the page, we click inspecting, we click inspect. Realize that over here I have just this, right? I have just this, and look at something happening here. The browser has automatically added something behind the scenes, though we've not explicitly declared it. The browser automatically added it because it's a website. Okay, so that's what the browser sometimes tries to assume some things for you and then tries to add it. But it's important that as long as you are developing a website, you add some things on your own. Okay, you don't leave it to the browser because that makes it a bit unpredictable. Okay, so we have it over here. The browser has automatically added some styles, display block, margin, and all that stuff. So these are things that you should be aware of. All right, so let's go back to our code. All right, let's go back to our code. Now, the first thing to do is we'll add some structure. Now, we talked about standards. All right, we talked about standards. We talked about making sure that you are following what is required. So for every HTML document requires something we call the doc type declaration, which is the document type declaration. Okay, it's a standard that says that, hey, this declaration is what tells the browser that, hey, this is an HTML document. Because browsers do not only pass HTML documents, they pass text files, they pass PDFs, they pass all those things. So at least you need to mark up your file to show that, hey, this document type is HTML. So this is the basic thing. So let's see how we do it. So over here we type doc type HTML, and you don't need to choose this. In fact, most of the advanced editors that you use, they provide this automatically, and you can always copy and paste because the standard is always the same. Okay, so this means document type HTML, right? Then over here you can put HTML here. Okay, I'll quickly explain something for you. HTML, then you come to the end of the file, the last line, and then you type over there angle brackets / HTML, and then angle bracket close. All right, so this over here is called the root elements. It's in this element, all other elements you use fall under this particular HTML root element. Okay, so note, and this is what we call an opening tag. So in HTML, everything you mark up has both an opening tag and a closing tag. So HTML, when you open it, you close it with this. So the closing has the forward slash over there, and that's the closing HTML tag. Okay, so these are called HTML tags. HTML tags, they open and then they close, right? If you open an HTML tag and you don't close it, you may end up messing up a lot of things and you may not be aware of it. Okay, so let's continue. So with a basic structure, so HTML, then we open another tab called the head tag, right? The head tag. The head tag is a very powerful tag. We open it and we close it. It's a very, very powerful tag. In a nutshell, that it helps you to link to your CSS files. And that's where you link to your CSS file. That's where you put some meta content there, and then things to describe your website. Let me put it that way. Okay, so in the head tag, we have a tag called the meta tag. So we put meta char set is equal to UTF-8. Okay. Now the meta element is for providing meta contents like description. Sometimes we have something called meta keywords, where sometimes you can. So if you visit, let's say you search for a Google any website, let's say Facebook for example. Right now over here you see some information, some summaries over here. Most of these summaries can be provided with what we call the meta tags. Okay, the meta tags. So you can put them in. So there's a whole lot of different meta tags available that you can use. All right, so let's go back to our code. Okay, so meta char set UTF-8. You realize that I mentioned that every HTML element tag closes, right? But this over here didn't close. It has this /, right? Now this type of element is called an empty element. Over here, elements that don't need the opening and closing tags are called empty elements. Now there are some elements that you come to find out, like image elements and all those, that don't need the empty and the closing, the opening and the closing tags, right? They work differently. And these elements, as you work more and more with HTML, you automatically know which elements are empty and which ones need the opening and closing tags. All right, then over here we have something called the char set UTF-8. Now this also means character set. Now this right here is what we call an attribute. So an HTML element can have an attribute, and the UTF-8 is what we call the value. Okay, so attribute equals to value in quotes. Attribute equals to value in quote. These are very, very important things. Okay, without attributes and values, you cannot like sort of link to the so let's say you want to apply a style, and maybe you want to make who we are red. How do you select who we are in your CSS, right? You need something to describe the who we are. So that's when the HTML tags and the attributes come. So this is, anyway, you see this is called the attribute. This is called the value. Okay, so character set UTF-8. So we are telling the document that, hey, this UTF-8 is sort of like a standard body of characters and numbers that are, it's like a standard. Okay, so you are telling the browser that, hey, your document contains every letter, every word, every character in this document is under the UTF-8 standard. Okay, so always make sure that you have your char set over there. It's very important. Your meta char set is very key. But without it, some things can break. All right, so let's go to the next one. Title. Okay, Title, we'll make it luxury car rental, right? Title, right? Now let's save this at this point and then let's just see something. Okay, so I save this. So you can just click, you can just enter Control S on your keyboard, or you can click File and then click Save over here, and then it will save accordingly. And minimize it, go back to the website, and then the link you open it and refresh. You see nothing has changed, okay, but something has changed over here, which is the title. Okay, so now instead of the index.html, we have something we call the title. All right, so this title puts, so that all that text you see in the browser over here in the tabs is simply the title element. So if we remove this, for example, and then refresh, the browser just gives it the name of the file. Okay, so I come back here, I bring the undo, I bring the title, I save it, I come back to the browser, and then I refresh. I see luxury car rental. So that is entirely it. So let's go to YouTube, for example, and then check out something. All right, so let's see whether we can locate the title for YouTube to see where it is showing. So let's right click anywhere, click inspect. Let's see whether we can find the title tag. Right, so let's go up. Okay, usually these people really mask it a lot, so it's actually very hard to locate it, but with a lot of search you can find it. So let's scroll through, see whether we can find it. Okay, let me see. So we have script here. Let's see if we can find title. Perfect. So we find title over here, right? So you see we have the title over here. See where it is? It's hidden in so many other HTML elements that you may not be able to see, right? But then we have the title right here. So this title is what is being displayed over here, right? You realize that I couldn't locate it, so what I did was I simply press Control F. If you press Control F, it opens a section over here. So if you want to search a particular string, you can just, so I type title over here, and then it popped up the green markings for the title, so I could easily locate it. All right, so you realize that what we are doing is basically what has been done even on an advanced site. Okay, so let's go back to our page. So that's the title, luxury car rental, but nothing has changed over here. Okay, even though we've added some elements. So you realize that now we've added these things, but the browser is what is handling it. So the browser has rendered some of these things. It has already rendered the title and displayed it over here. But these things, like we said, is for markup. It's not meant to be shown to the person on the site. You get the idea. All right. So let's go on. Let's add more structure, the basic structure. So the next thing we have is what we call the body. So we open the body. Okay, and then right before the HTML tag, we close the body to over here. So that's the body. Now the body is under the HTML. The body is what contains all your content, everything for us. So the body is like the wrapper for all your content. Okay, so the body is like is the wrapper. It contains all your code. The body too can take attributes as well. All right, so let's go back to as I refresh the page. Nothing has changed, but let's do something. Right, let's click on this shortcut, Control+U. Okay, Control U. Let's say Control U on our keyboard. So Control U is a key for viewing the source code of a website. Okay, so when you press Control U on any website, it can pop up the HTML for that website in another window for you. So over here, you see we have it over here. I have the file name here, and this is exactly the code we have written over here in our file. Right, so people visiting our site can actually open this, and then they can see, oh, okay, you structured the doc type over here. This is where your, but this is the title of the page, and it applies for any website you visit. Some developers do all they can, some advanced techniques to hide some of these things, but then as long as there's nothing that is that like breaches security or anything, it's okay for it to be over there. All right. Also, you can right click on the page and then click View Page Source. That also brings you to the same place, or you can right click and then click Inspect, and then that will also pop up what we've just done over here, our head, our chart set, and then our rental this thing. So we can close it and then go back. So if you realize what we do is that anytime we make a change, we save it over here, and then we come back and then we refresh. We save, we come back and we refresh. That is basically your flow as a web developer, right? Anytime you make changes to your documents, the HTML documents you are working on, you go back to your browser and refresh the file. Anytime you make a change, you go back and refresh the file. You get the house. So then as you do it more, so if you have a lot of changes, so every change you go back, refresh, you go back, refresh, every single change you go back and refresh. So with time, what will happen is that the changes that you make, you already have an idea of how it will look. So you don't always go back to refresh because you already have an idea of how it will look, right? So then you just simply write a lot of instructions, then you go one time and then go and refresh. Okay, and as you go on to using more advanced tools that immediately you save, the page automatically refreshes. Okay, that one too is it makes your work essentially faster, you know, as you go ahead. Okay, so that is the basic workflow. So let's try making some one or two changes. So luxury car rental websites, let me save it and then come here. So you see over here we have websites here, but immediately I refresh, now this place has become websites. Right, now let's go back. Now make this website, save it, we refresh. Now this is now website. All right, so this is your basic workflow. So now, you know, let's get to making things a little bit more interesting. All right, so you realize that our website is still not looking as the final product that like we are looking to get, right? So we go to back to our notepad file, right? Right here. Okay, so now let's add some fun to our website. Okay, so like I said, don't worry too much about some of these things. If I have to break it down, I'll let you know. If you don't understand, don't worry, we'll talk more about it. All right, so the luxury car rental is a heading. Okay, so we have a tag called the each tags. So each, will label this as H2, right? So then we have the heading. So we have from H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 up to H6. All right, so we have the luxury car rental, which is the H2 over there, and then who we are to is a heading, so we make it H3. So now the higher the numbers go, the smaller the headings become, right? So we have H3, so H2 is bigger than H3. All right, now let's move ahead. Now why we love our business tool is the same as the other one, so we make it H3, opening H3 tags, closing H3 tags. So as you do, you save, you press Ctrl S. As you do, you save, you press Ctrl S. No, it becomes muscle memory with time. So as I'm working on, I'm automatically pressing Ctrl S on my keyboard even without realizing it. Okay, so it comes with practice, right? And then how to contact us to is an H3. Okay, so we close that to H3, then we save. Now let's go back to our website and see what we've been up to so far. So we come here, we refresh. Wow, we are already making progress with our website. Okay, so now this is how it looks. So realize that now we have the luxury car rental website, which is bigger than who we are, which is bigger than why we love our business. Okay, and which is bigger than, so all these are H3s, and this is a bigger H2 tag. All right, so you already get the flow of how things are going, and we are having some sort of fun with it, right? Yes, this is perfect. So we still have some content to put up. We are not done yet. Let's go. We are not close to this just yet, so let's move on. So now we over here, this can be a paragraph of text, right? This is a paragraph, like a summary of something. So we can mark this up as P. So P stands for paragraph. So P, we close it over here, we save. P, we close it over here, we save. So then with this, we can in CSS we can say that okay, all P's should be the color of green, all P's should be the color of blue. Okay, so we mark this. This is, you can come over to our garage on weekdays, is one paragraph. Okay, so we close it over here, and then you can over here too, we can have it over here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we save it, we go back and see if there any change. Yeah, you see, so you realize that now. Let me quickly show you something. So let me remove this piece from here. Undo. Okay, this undo. Notepad can be a bit tricky sometimes, but it's very simple. So let me just remove the piece from here, right? And then let's refresh. Okay. So you see, you can come over to our garage on weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can also call us. It's on the same line, right? Even though in my Notepad it's on different lines, but it's ignored in the browser as it's assumed in the browser as the same sentence. Okay, so then immediately I bring the P, then the browser say, oh, okay, so this is a separate paragraph, and this is also a separate paragraph. Okay, so right here. Perfect. So now you see it automatically drops to the next line. Okay, so this is how come marking up is very important. Okay, so over here there's something you should know called, we have things we call block elements and inline elements. Okay, so block element, when H2 is a block element, P is a block element. So what are block elements? Block elements are elements that they are meant to be they occupy the full line. Okay, they don't share the line with any other element. Okay, so over here, if I even copy and paste H3 over here and then put it on the same line here, because H3 is a block element, all the H3s will drop to the next line. So we have here. So H3 being a block element means that it cannot share the line, this entire line, with any other element. So any other element after it has to drop to the next line. Okay, so that's what block elements are. And we have something called inline elements. For inline elements, well, they are inline. So inline elements are usually placed in block elements. Okay, so inline elements, you apply it and then they can be on the same line. So let's give an example of an inline element. We call it the emphasis element. So EM, okay, on the time, right? And then we close it over here, EM. All right, so let's go back and then refresh. Okay, so you realize that now this has become italics. So the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. has now been wrapped in a EM element. Okay, so the more elements you know, the better. And as you do more and more, you get used to it. Let's try another inline element. We make this bold. So we have the bold element, which is B. So we open and close the B tags over here. So we are already marking up, right? So you see now the phone number has now become bold. Okay, so we are sort of done this bold and done this italic. So we are making a lot of progress in our website. You realize it's very, very straightforward, very easy. All you need to know is the tags, the various tags, and the various standards that are required. Okay, so let's go back to our code. Right now, there is something to going on. You realize that our pages is centered, right? But over here we have the whole thing spreading across the entire screen. No, it's not really nice. We want to change that first of all. All right, so let's see how we do that in our code. So now this is your first exposure to CSS. All right, so this is an inline CSS. So you go to style, you open this tag, style type is equal to text/CSS. Okay, then you close it. Right, so this right here tells the browser that everything you are come to type inside is CSS instructions. Everything you are typing inside here is CSS instructions. Okay, so it should render it as CSS. It shouldn't render it as HTML. Okay, so we'll pick the body. So this is called a selector. So what we are saying is that, okay, we want to center everything in the body in the middle. Okay, so select our body. That's, we are choosing the body elements over here. So this is what we call the CSS selector, body, and we choose margin. So don't worry about this, you learn it along the way. Margin 0.30%. So all these things I know is from the top of my head because I've been doing this several times, right? Can give it a background color. Let's say white smoke, right? Then font family, sans serif. Okay, then we close it. Okay, so this is the basic format for a CSS style. The selector, opening curly braces, the style rules over here, and then the closing curly braces. So what you are telling the browser is that, hey browser, give my body a margin of 30%. That is top 0, bottom 0, and then left 30%. Make the background color white smoke, and then make the font family sans serif. Okay, so sans serif fonts are fonts that do not have those sharp edges. They are a bit smoother. Okay, if you look at our side, realize that the fonts over here have very sharp edges, but over here they are very smooth. Okay, so font family sans serif shows that, hey, okay, remove all that sharp edges from there. Because so this is the start. So let's save this. So we save this, and then we come over here, and then we refresh. Sorry, I think I may have broken something here. Let me see. I probably messed up on a certain closing tag, maybe. So style type text /css. Okay. Okay. Yes. So I got it right here. So you see, just one mistake, my entire site has vanished. That is HTML for you. So I close it now, come back, and then I refresh, and then we found our midpoint. Okay, so these things are part of like your flow as a web developer. You encounter sometimes you may forget to bring an angle bracket, and then you have to go back, and then you come back and go through your code, and then you try to figure out, hey, what has gone wrong over here. You go back there and then you fix it. Sometimes it doesn't work. You come back again, come and check. That's essentially your flow, right? So this is what makes it involving. This is what requires your concentration and your focus. And sometimes can get a bit frustrating. Sorry. So for example, imagine I had a very big website with just a lot of code. I'll be going through every single line of code to find out that I did not bring the opening code, I did not bring the closing code, and that's what is causing it. Okay, so and this is also the reason why every little step you go, you try and reload the page so that you can sort of be able to gauge where the mistake would have come from. So imagine with this, I went all the way to add some stuff over here and then refresh, and finally I'll try to retrace my steps, and it will be very difficult. But because I wrote just this and then refreshed immediately, I realized that, okay, this error is probably coming from something I just did. So I can go back there immediately and check what happened. Okay, so basically this is the CSS instruction. It's very simple. So we have our site centered over here. Now let's try and inspect what's going on over here on our own website right now. Okay, so you see we have our HTML over here, right? And realize that the p tags that we marked the content. The browser has given them some automatic styles over here. Now let's click on the body tag. Realize the body, when I put my mouse on the body, the browser selects the entire thing, right? So body. So these are the styles that we wrote: white smoke, font family, sans serif. So you see, just like what we're doing for other sites, now we are doing to our own site. So imagine this site was live. What will happen is that somebody will now come to the site and then also inspect our site and see that, oh, okay, I love the background color you gave, white smoke. Okay, let me check it out, and the person can also copy your color. So you can understand we are making a lot of progress over there. Okay, so now let's compare. Oh, okay, we have luxury car rental site here, but our image is missing. Okay, but we also haven't added our color here. So you know what? Let's do the simple stuff first. All right. So now let's give some color to our headings. This right here, this right here, and this right here. Okay, in CSS. Okay, so let's go there. So we have our headings are what? H3, right? So H3. Okay. So we select H3. We open our curly brackets, and then we say, okay, H3, I want you to be a color of something. Okay, now this is how you can steal colors. A quick one. So okay, I don't know what colors these are, but I can inspect. I can right click on it and then click inspect, and then I'll be able to find the color. Oh, okay, so the color they used over here was this color, so I can simply copy that color, Control C. Okay, then I can go back to my code and then I can do Control V to paste it. Then I bring the semicolon, right? Once I'm done, I close it that way, and then I save. So let's go back to our site and see the changes we've just did. Okay, perfect. So now we've already added color to all our H3s. Okay, so it's looking exactly like this. Yeah, I think you are really good at copying, right? Yeah, so this is your flow. Now we are now luxury car rental side. This side, it looks yellow with the blue and all, but then this our website name is not really looking nice like this. So I think we need to do something about that, right? Okay, so let's go back to our code. All right, so this is an H2. Okay, so what we do is that you can come over here and type H2, opening bracket. Right now you realize that I intentionally put the H2 before the H3 because usually it's more intuitive when you mark up your CSS as in a way in the way that they appear in your HTML. Okay, so H2 comes before H3 over here, so it only makes intuitive sense to bring H2 styles before H3. Okay, it makes it easier when you are going through your code. All right, so H2. Okay, first of all, H2 is in the center. It's not left like this, it's in the center. It has some color and also let's get to that. So H2, okay, so we'll make this text align. We call this center, right? Okay, there's also one more thing. Over here, realize that all the text is in capital, right? But over here we have a mixture of small letters and big letters, capital letter, which is not what we are looking for. So we'll add another style instruction, text transform. We'll call it uppercase. Okay, and then well, we also realize that there's some spacing around the there's some spacing around the H in the box. Okay, so we need to add a padding, right? So let's make it a padding of 10 pixels. Okay, so that's like padding 10 pixels. Okay, now let's go back to our luxury car rental. Okay, you see we are in the middle, but we still don't see any color, right? But then the thing has been aligned in the middle, and then there's also been some spacing that has been applied. Okay, now there's a style we need to use called the background color style. Okay, so you can put it right here, background color. All right, now this is where your creativity as a designer comes in. Well, I've done mine yellow, right? But then you can go ahead and explore other colors. So you can Google, let's say, something like green color schemes, for example, right? You can visit some website, it's a green color scheme. So I can open this website, see whether there are some nice green colors I can use. Okay, so let me see this. Okay, so this has this green. Okay, let me try this right here. So this is the hex color. So I come back, I copy it, I come back here, I put hash hex, and I save it. Okay, then I come here, luxury car, and I save it. So I have a green car rental outside already. Okay, or I can also try something yellow, maybe yellow shade. Okay, so there are so many yellow shades I can use. Okay, so maybe I can choose this citrine color, right? So I click here, it opens another page, and I click copy hex. Okay, so copy hex. We'll talk more about this in CSS, so don't worry too much about what the hex and the RGB means, right? So I put it over here, and I come back to my site, and then I reload. So now I have the yellow. Okay, so I can close this over here. All right, okay. All right, so I think it's my bad. I think I made a typo over here with the uppercase. It's supposed to be uppercase, sorry. So uppercase over there. Perfect. So that gives it now there. You have your heading over there, and then they are in uppercase, and you have your space around it. You know what? Let's try playing around with the space around. So instead of 10 pixels, I can say 30 pixels. Okay, 30. Then I save it. Then I reload. So you see what we have over here. So this gives you a whole different vibe, should I say. Okay, I can also say, well, give it some radius. So border radius, let's say 20 pixels, which is quite big, but I save it. I come here, you see now I have some curve around my heading. So it's already looking, so you're already looking better than this, right? So I'm copying this but making this better. Okay, so it's fun like that. So CSS allows you to manipulate a whole lot of things in your website. It makes your site very, very interesting and appealing, right? And this is just in its very basic form. So imagine what you can do when you learn a whole lot more advanced things in CSS. Like, you can do almost anything you can think of. In fact, everything you can think of, you can do it. Okay, people even do drawings with CSS and all. So this is a very interesting thing to know. Okay, so yeah, so this is how far I've got into our website. Make sure that you pause, go through what we've done so far. You understand, you have an idea of everything that is going on, how we've marked it up so far. See whether you can start again from scratch and mark it up on your own without any help from the video. Is very important. I see whether you can mark it. Try to change some words here, and instead of the car rental website, try to use maybe restaurant or something. Okay, and then also do refer to the book, The Learning Web Design. There's a whole lot more breakdown to and explanations of some of these things. So very necessary. Okay, so we are not yet done with our website. We have the image to add, which is the final part of our website. Okay, so let's go back to our code, right? So we come back here. The image is on top of the luxury car rental. Okay, so this time around I'll make it H1. Okay, then I'll make it. So this is how we add an image. So we opening bracket img src is equal to, let me make this empty in the beginning and then let me close it, and H1. So we talked about empty elements. We realize that the image is an empty element, just like we have the meta. Okay, so the image tag is an empty element tag. So image src is an empty element tag. So src is the file name of the image, like the part where the file is located, the image file is located. Okay, so I'll show you how to add that. Now there's one more attribute that we need to add. It's called the alt attribute. Okay, so car rental logo. So this alt attribute is what happens when the image you are trying to load is not there. Okay, so for example, let's go back to our page and refresh. Okay, so you see this is the alt. The image is not showing up. So the alt is for when it's like a backup, just in case maybe your client's computer, the person viewing your website computer has very slow internet or couldn't load the image. The alternative text to show, okay, so there's supposed to be the car rental logo over here. Okay, so that's the alt attribute. Okay, so the src is the location of the image. But now, how do we get our image over here, right? So this image may have been designed by a designer for you, your logo or something, or in our case, we just went to Google to go and actually find our image. So I googled round car rental logo. Okay, round car rental logo. So we can start again, round car rental logo. We go to images. Let's see whether we can find the car. I had to go through a whole lot of things to get that logo, so I'm not counting that I'll find it. Let me see. Yeah, but there are so many other logos that you can explore. What you have to be careful of is you see, once you hover over the image, there's something that shows at the corner, which is, this is called the dimensions of the image. Okay, it's the dimensions. So 591 by 591. With time, you need to, with time you get an idea of how big a 591 image is, or 591 by 591 images. All right, so you need to choose like an image that's like, for this particular project, the image is not very big, so you need something in the range of 300. Okay, this is 500. This one too can be a bit big. Let's see. Just look around for any image that. Okay, let me try this too and see. This is also very big, 1500 by 1500. So I think we need to do some more exploration. Let me see. I've totally forgotten where I found that image, but I have it open over here, right here. Okay, so once you find the image, over this one, the size is 256 by 256. So explore to get something within that range. Okay, once you find the image, you right click on it. Okay, you can save any image on Google as long as it's not copyright protected. For example, you right click on it and you click save image as. Save image as. Now then what you do is that you save it in the same location as your HTML file. Okay, so I'm going to go to where I have created my HTML file. right? And then I'm going to rename this to car.png. All right, car.png. So I save it as, car.png. So I save it over there. So when I go back to where my folder is, you see I have car.png over here, and it is sort of in the same location as the index.html. As your project grows, but what happens is that you can create folders where all your images will be, all your styles will be, and all that, and then link to them. Okay, so but this is a very simple project, so then we just leave it there. So the src will be car.png. Okay, just like how we saved it over there, right? So then because in the same location, we don't need to map to any folder. Let's say you saved it in an images folder. What you could do is that it could be images/car.png, but because it's in the same location as the HTML file, we just leave it at car.png. Then we save it, go back to our website, right? And then we reload. There we have it. So we've added an image to our website. Very simple. Very, very simple. Now there's one more thing that is lacking. Over here, realize that the image is in the center. Okay, so we need to center the image, right? Just like we have it over here. So go back to our code. Now this image is in an h1 tag. We put it in an h1 tag to make it easy for us to center it. Okay, but then you can center the image as a standalone, but just for practice purposes, we put the image in an h1 tag. Okay, so now what we can do is that we can select the h1 over here, and we can see text align center. Okay, you'll be asking why we are using text align center, but it's sort of like a hack. Okay, so everything in an h1 is considered to be text. So even though this is an image, it will be dealt with as text and to be centered. So we refresh the page, and this is what we have. So this is our luxury car rental website. We've duplicated it. In fact, we've even made it nicer. And let me reduce the spacing around here. I think it's a bit too big. Okay, so let me get it back to padding of 10. Save it, and then I refresh. This is looking much better. Okay, so as a web developer, you are a designer. You are experimenting with colors. You are experimenting with images, layout. You try to position this at the right, at the left to see which one looks good. Try to make corrections and adjustments. That is essentially your entire flow. You get it. So this is the basic workflow of a web developer. And now after this course, you've successfully been able to create your own simple HTML website. You've gotten like an idea of how CSS works. We've got an idea of the basic structure, what an opening tag is, what a closing tag is, how to give your website a title, how to add some colors. You've got an idea. So what happens is that in the next section, you are now come to go deeper into breaking down each and every single HTML tag out there. In fact, as much as we can. There's so many, we can't cover everything, but most of the fundamentals, we go through everything. So by the end of this section, you'll be able to, go through a whole lot. You're able to know a whole lot of HTML tags and what they do, where you use them, the principles behind them and whatnot. So the next session will even be more fun than this. So enjoy your work you've done so far. Save your project somewhere. Someday you come back to it and then you smile at it being your first website, and then you'll be happy. So join me in the next session as we dive deeper into HTML. All right, so now that you've had the very basic exposure to HTML and CSS, now this course is mainly about CSS. All right, this course is mainly about HTML. So we are going to dive deeper. We are going to the goal is for you to be exposed to as many HTML tags as possible, know what all of them do, why they are important and why they are necessary. So we are going to cover as many tags as possible. So it's basically going to be a section where we just practice. So just you just follow along with me, and then do what I'm doing. Just just follow through, enjoy the ride, and then try to ask questions, understand how they do. As you learn it, try to mark up your own text. and then all at the side with the notepad, pop up your notepad, try to design something simple, a simple recipe, maybe a simple page which talks about yourself with your picture over there and stuff like that. And then I think you have a lot more fun doing it. So over here you realize that we've switched from notepad. Okay, this is a platform called Codepen, right? It's a very simple platform. So if you remember in the old section, what we did was we were working in notepad. Anytime we wrote a code, we had to come to our browser and come and refresh. We wrote a code, come to our browser, come and refresh, right? But Codepen sort of gives us a live real-time refresh of what's going on. So we have the editor at the left, right, where we type our code, and then in the white screen over here you see the effects of whatever we're writing immediately. So we don't need to be doing any refreshing and then whatnot. So this is like way faster, right? So Codepen is very easy to access. Let me show you quickly. Let me open another browser for you. So I'll open Firefox. You just type Codepen, right? They'll pop up over here. Their website is codepen.io. You go there, right? And then once you are there, you see start coding. So you click on start coding, and it's very simple. So this is the page. So over here, you go to the top right, there's this button over here, is change view. Okay, so you can choose between different views, whichever works for you. So I chose this, the first one. You can choose this, you can choose this, whichever works for you. Okay, so you can do this. Now the nice thing about it is you can save whatever you do for later, right? So as you type, you can save whatever you do for later, but before you do that, you have to sign up. Okay, so you can pause this video, go to sign up, pause this video for a few minutes, sign up on like maybe with your email, whatever works for you, sign up, and then come back to this page, and then let's get it, so that at least whatever we do here, you can save it and then save it for later. Then the other thing too is that once you sign up, you'll be able to share your pens. So your pens is, we call it your pen, it's like your code. Okay, yeah, what you it's just used for testing out stuff. Okay, so over here you come to my profile. You see I have codepen.io.Blankson/pen/some. So I can just, whatever I type, I can just copy this code for someone, this link for someone. The person can visit the link, open it on their laptop or something, and look at what I have written. So it helps, it helps to share code. So so pause this video and then definitely create your account, and then let's get started. All right, and then one more thing too is the settings, right? Sometimes the font sizes may be small, for you. Hello, I'm here. Okay, the font size may be small for you, so you can go to settings, right? There is the pen details, there's the privacy behavior. So you go to editor, right? The editor. Once you go to the editor, you see global editor settings. All right, so you click global editor settings. Okay, that pops up a page, right, where you can sort of choose. These are themes. You can make it classic, right? You can make it twilight, panda. Okay, depend on what works for you, right? And the font size. Okay, there's a font size over here, so you can specify if you want a larger font size or if you want a smaller font size, whatever it is. You can make all your settings over here, and then you simply close and then reload the page. So you simply close it and then you click save and close over here, and then once you are done, the settings will be changed. Okay, so that's it for setting up your environment. Okay, so if you are to install your own ID, you do similar settings for your editor, right, to get your font size and your colors and everything input. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so if you are done creating your account, so we'll start marking up some text. So in the old video we dealt with paragraphs, and also let's go deeper into it. So HTML has a lot of tags, right? Let's start with the paragraph. So we already played around with paragraphs. So a paragraph signifies like a block of text, right? So it starts with the opening tags and closing tags. So let's say my name is Gilbert. Okay, you realize that immediately once I finish typing, I click here, I see the results immediately over here, right? So I can have another paragraph, say my name is Nicole. Okay, that also shows up over there immediately, so I don't need to do anything. We can have as many paragraphs, so practice this paragraph. I love to play games. Okay, we save that too. It's over there. All right, so so these are paragraphs. So paragraphs can they can have like you sort of used to like demarcate blocks of text, and every paragraph appears on a new line. Okay, every paragraph appears on a new line. We are not doing CSS, but just for testing purposes. Over here in my CSS, I can say maybe P. I can say all P should be given a background color of red. Okay, so now all P's get a background color of red. Okay, so we are not doing CSS now, so don't worry about it. We have a lot of fun with it later on. Okay. So in the meantime, you can even reduce this JavaScript section, reduce this CSS section, okay, so that you can have more space for your HTML. All right, so that's it for paragraphs, right? So they are like the basic fundamental blocks of website. Okay, so let's go to the next one, headings. So for headings, we have so I'm going to clear this right here. Okay, if I'm going to leave it here instead. So for headings, we have H1 up to H6. All right, so we have H1, heading 1. Okay, see heading 1 is very big, right? You have H2, which is heading 2. Okay, so heading 2 is next level. Okay, and we have H3, heading 3. Okay, which is also smaller. Okay, so what is the browser is giving it by default? You ask, we are not applying any CSS, so how come something is being smaller than something? Because the browser is what is assigning this default stuff. We said that if you don't specify some stuff, sometimes the browser can give it some default. So these are some of the defaults that we are using. Okay, we have H4, so we can make this heading 4. Okay, all right, now see something. Sometimes you see when you do not close a tag, or you forget to close tags, you can cause issues in your you see what's happening here. You can cause issues in your markup. So always make sure that every tag you open, you close it. Okay, so I undo it and I get back my H and H4. Then we also have heading 5. Okay, so as you do this, you practice more and more, right? So H5. Now by the time this becomes a part of you, okay, so you don't even need to think about it, just like I'm doing now. We have heading 6. Okay, so you realize we have from heading 1. So the more you go, the higher you go, the smaller the headings become. Okay, so heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4. So depending on what you are doing, you mark it up with the appropriate headings. You understand? So this is for paragraphs and H1s. Okay, so you can keep this code somewhere and create a new pen or something like that. Okay, but then we will go downwards. Okay, so we can't go downwards again, and then we just clear everything and start again. All right, so next we have we have something called the HR, okay, which is an empty element. So HR draws a line. Okay, so you see over here we have a horizontal line over here. So we said HR, we said empty elements do not have any closing tags. All right, so this is an HR. It doesn't have any closing tag. It's an empty element, and it draws a line, and a horizontal line over there. All right, now we go to list. Lists are also very, very interesting things. Okay, so we have unordered lists. Okay, so I'll write something here. Sorry, unordered list. Okay, so you'll be asking yourself, what is this? Now this is a comment. Okay, this is how we comment. So comment in any language are like snippets of code that you put there that is there. You are phrasing it in the text, but you're asking the browser not to consider it. So the browser just ignores it. So this is just for like documenting your code as you go on. All right, so maybe you can leave a comment such as, I designed these headings on a Friday. Okay, so next time you can be, but then this will not be shown on the rendered website. Okay, but it's there for you, for your purposes. Okay, or maybe you can see let's put one heading here. So it's angle brackets exclamation mark hyphen. Okay, website designed by Gilbert Blankson. Okay, that's it. That is a comment. So it's there, but then it's not for the purpose of viewers, it's for your purpose. Okay, but when you are opening it, so this is what opens a comment. The angle brackets exclamation mark hyphen, this is what closes it. Now if you forget to close it, everything on the page will be commented. So look at that. Okay, so everything here is commented, so that has disappeared. Okay, so always remember to close your comment. Okay, so I'm going to use this to label some of the work we have done so far. So this is headings. Okay, let me reduce the space over here. Sorry. And these are paragraphs. Okay, so you always keep your things very neat and organized. Okay, on order list. Okay, so what are on order list? So let's say you have maybe on order list. Let's say you have in Microsoft, you have something like a bullet. Okay, so let's see how on order list is. So it starts with a UL. Okay, so on order list is UL. You open the U or you close the UL. Okay, so you are saying that you are telling the browser here, I'm come to put a list over here, and in the UL you have LI. So on other list LI. Okay, right. So let's say you can have something like these, a paragraph. These are the things I need for school. Okay, now let's make it this way instead. These are the things you need to know as a web developer. Okay, so that's a paragraph. Okay, so you realize that when I put the LI here, there's this thing over here. Okay, this dot over there. So we have HTML. Okay, that will show there. Then we have another item, CSS. Okay, that will show there, right? And then we have another item, it's a JavaScript. Okay, that will show there as well. Okay, so then you've created a list. So this is the list of things that you need. Let me put a colon over here. Okay, all right. So you can also, the thing about another list is you can also have a list within a list. Okay, so in the CSS point, we can say, okay, under CSS there's possibly some things that you should know under CSS. So in the LI I can create another UL. So this is like sort of embedding a list in a list. So this is something you should know about HTML. There's some elements that you can put in some elements. So if you look at the other project that we did, we put an image element in an H1 element. Okay, so there are some elements you can put in there. You can even put another P over here, however you assign. So you can have another UL, and then the UL have an LI. So under CSS I can say, okay, you need to know about selectors. Okay, so if you realize, you see what's happening over here, there's a list under a list. Maybe you need to know about selectors. Sorry, you need to know about maybe colors, right? Okay, perfect. So then you see I already have a list in a list over here. Yes, I hope you are at this point. I believe you are getting the flow of how to mark up your HTML. Okay, so everything that you see has been marked up in some sort of way. Okay, now this is on order list. On order list means they have this bullet, they are not numbered. Okay, but what if you want something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay, for that you can use something called the opposite of on order list. You can do something called the ordered list. Okay, so the ordered list is OL. Instead of UL we have OL. So we open OL and then we close OL. Okay, then the same way we have LI. Okay, so let me put a P over here. All right, so who are your, let me make you, who are your, favorite musicians, right? Okay, so what are your favorite musicians, question mark? I'll say, let's say Ed Sheeran. Okay, I like him, but I don't know whether he's my favorite musician. Okay, but just for the purposes of demonstration, Ed Sheeran. See, maybe Dangote is my favorite musician. Okay, maybe Sule Muntari, who is a footballer, is my favorite musician. Okay, yeah. So you see over here we've listed it instead of the on order. This is order, so we have 1, 2, 3 over there, right? So basically this is, and then if you notice we have number 4 over here, right? Why do we have 4 over here? You realize that the last element has not been closed. So you see the bag. So bags are errors. So bags that it has introduced. Okay, so to fix that, it means you have to close this. Okay, then we get our 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these are some of the very basic elements that you need to know. And as you do CSS, as you enter into CSS, you realize that all these elements are important. You can style these elements to see. Let's quickly do something with CSS just for you to know what I'm talking about. So let's say I have 2 lists here, and I want to make the ordered list. I want to make it, let's say, red. Okay, so I'll make it OL. Okay, in OL I'll choose LI. Okay, I'll make it background color red. Okay, so you see, so it means all OLLIs have made everything red. Okay, so these are some ways you can play around. Then I can say margin bottom 50px. Okay, then this gives like very big spacing margins between them. Okay, so you see how CSS comes in the picture. Okay, so now let's go back to our HTML. Okay, so you've already now done PH heading, so keep practicing this more and more on a whole lot of markups. Try to play around with it. If you have any simple, I'll advise that you can try maybe marking up a story about yourself or a recipe, or maybe the steps to do something, maybe to build something. Okay, just have fun with all that. Okay, I also want us to so now I'm going to clear this, okay, just to make room for another thing. Okay, so you can save this. Okay, this is already even saved. Okay, or better still, I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to create another pen. Okay, another pen on Codepen that we can sort of use to how do you call it, to continue with the course that we are doing. All right. Okay, so to create another pen, I think I'll save this. So pen saved. I'll go back to codepen.io. Okay, then pen. Okay, and I click pen over here. All right, so then I have a new pen over here I can work with. Okay, so I come right here. Let me rename this. I click the button and make it HTML continued. No, make it marking up text continued. Marking up text continued. Okay, yeah, this is very interesting. So you realize that if you go to your work, if you click and go to your work, okay, you see we have marking up text over here, right? This is what we did previously, so I can click it to view the work we've done already. Okay, so you don't have to do any manual saving and stuff like that. Okay, so right, so let me close this. So now this is a new one. Let me just collapse this, right? Okay, all right, so we've talked about nesting list. Now we talk about another interesting element called the block quote. All right, so all these things, they sort of help you to make sense of your structure. So block quote, right? So block quotes can have, let's say, P's inside. Let's say P. I love food a lot. Okay, so we can have that P here. Okay, so I love food a lot, that's right over there. So that's a block quote. So you realize that there is a little bit spacing around it. So I can choose to style just the block quote. So I can say maybe block quote in my CSS, and I'll say maybe background color. Okay, zoom in. Okay, So you see I've styled the block quote itself. Okay, I can give it, let's say, a padding of 20 pixels. Okay, so I have a whole lot, and I can now come back and say that, okay, block quote, now the paragraph inside the block quote should now be color of white instead, right? So I've saved it. Okay, so now I click it, and then now the P becomes, so you know, this is how you can sort of, so if I have multiple blocks, I can copy paste this. I can have a block code here, right? Okay, so I have another block quote, and I can have another block quote as well. Okay, so you're already seeing how things play out, right? Yeah, you are seeing how things play. This is very interesting when you work like this. Okay, so let me just remove the styles. Okay, CSS is very interesting, so I pray and hope you'll be there with us when we do the CSS. Okay, so I saved it. Okay, all right. Okay, so let me reverse this again. Sometimes the auto save on the platform messes up a little bit, but then we are good to go. Okay, so now we are going to try another test called the pre. Okay, the pre. So let's try pre. So this is also a text, an element that you close and open. So pre. So what's in pre? Let's try. I love playing music and games. See, there's a bit of some difference over here. Now let me give this some space. Okay. Let's see. You realize that now for pre, the white space over here has been preserved. Now let me do a paragraph and show you the same thing with a paragraph. Okay. I love so much space playing music and games. Okay, so you realize that for a paragraph, it ignored my spacing and then just collapsed it. Okay, so the browser by default ignores all kinds of extra white space, right? But in a pre-tag, you are telling the browser that, hey, I don't want you to ignore, even if I have this length of space, please maintain my space for me. There's a reason why I'm making that space actually be there. So that is one thing you should know. So that's one difference between the pre and then the paragraph tags. Okay, and then also there's something called the okay, let me just go down there, a figure. Okay, so we have the figure element. Okay, so figure is like you know, let's say you have a group of images or some context and videos you want to embed. You can just put it in an image. Okay, we'll talk more about images too in proceeding sections. All right, okay, so let me try adding an image. So an image is created with this HTML tag src is equal to, now we don't have the link yet, so we are going to just do this now. So an image, you remember is an empty element. So an image doesn't have a closing element, it's an empty element. Okay, take it as an empty element is an element that doesn't have content in between it. Okay, so a p tag is not an empty element because you have the p opening content and then the p closing. All right, so the src. Okay, this time around we are working online. We don't have any image that we can link to directly on our this platform. Is not for us, it's someone's platform hosted on some server somewhere. It's not on our computer, so we can't just get up and link a file on our computer. It won't even detect it. All right, so what we'll do is that we need the src, that's the source. The src stands for source. So let's go to one of these popular free picture website, Pixabay. Go to pixabay.com. okay, there's a nice image of a dog over here, so we click that. Okay, then we right click on the image and then we click copy image address. Okay, copy image. So we click copy image address, we come back here and then we paste that in src. Okay, so let's paste that in the src and then load. Okay, so right here we have our image. Okay, so we realize our image is quite big. So we talked about attributes, so we can do some manual adjusting of the image width and height over here. Width is 200 pixels. You can do all this in CSS. Okay, so height is also 200 pixels. Okay, so that we've made our image smaller. All right, okay, but it's a bit distorted, but okay, let me make it 100 pixels. Okay, so we said these are attributes. So width is an attribute. This is also a height attribute. Okay, or let me just remove the height too to make it a little bit look much better. Let's see, perfect. Okay, now so this is for images. Okay, so this is like for figure. So you can have like another, can maybe duplicate this over here in the same figure. Okay, so you see you have an image over here, right? So and then you can style this. So then there's something called inline styles, okay, that we'll talk about. So instead of separating the style, I can just come here on the figure style. I can say background color is red. Okay, so that will give my figure, the container that the images are in, a background color of red. Okay, I can say padding of 10 pixels. Okay, so you see what I've done over here. Okay, so there's so many ways you can play around things when it comes to HTML. It's very interesting. So I believe you already get an idea. You already so basically for every element you want to mark up, you try to see what would be the right tag to use. Okay, so you go to a site, for example, back to our Pixabay site, you check, okay, what will be a right element to use over here, what will be a right element to use over there. Okay, and then you mark it up. Let's try something we've not done yet that we'll do. I'm sure we'll tackle it later on in more session, but let me just show you. We have the buttons. Okay, we've never done any button yet, so let's do a button, a simple button. So the buttons is buttn. You open and close it. Okay, then we have click me. Okay, so click me is a button. Okay, so you realize that now we have a button here. Okay, this is very interesting, right? Yeah, let's make our button a bit more fun with some dummy CSS. Okay, don't worry about the styles. Like I said, we'll go through. So button, I can make a background color of let's say black. Here, let me use black. So color of white. Okay, then I can see maybe width of 200 pixels, height of 200 pixels. Okay, no, this I believe is too long. Okay, so 30 pixels is okay, right? Perfect. So we have a button that we can click over here, right? So that's clicking over there, right? So we can make it such that when you click it, it goes somewhere else. Or with JavaScript, when you click it, some changes happen. Okay, so that's for a button too. All right, so you are getting a hold of how HTML works. So it's really about learning more and more tags. In fact, the tags are so much. There's so many tags, and like I said, in this particular lesson, we are going to cover as many tags as we can. Okay, all right. So in the next session, I think we'll talk about some organizing some one or two things, right? Your content. So let's create a new pen. I click here and I click new pen. Okay, and then I get my new pen open, new page open over here. So let me just increase this a little bit to make more room for the HTML code. Okay, you remember that in our first project we had things like doc type, doc type, then we had HTML, right? And then we had some things, but then on this platform, the reason why we are ignoring that is this platform assumes that everything you type here is going on into the body, okay, the body tag. All right, so this is why we ignore it. But when you are developing locally on your own, you make sure that you include your doc type declarations and your heading and your title. Okay, so which is why you have that error. So if you click this arrow here, it tells you that just HTML that goes in the body goes here. Okay, so then we assume that this is like your body tag. Okay, so let's get rid of that from there. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we have another element we call section. Okay, so section. Okay, so these are sort of like container elements. Section, we have maybe a paragraph in a section. So we can have different sections of a website. Okay, so section, we can have this is one section. Okay, this is one section. Let me save this, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, so now autosave has been enabled, right? Okay, so this is one section. Okay, we can have another section here. Okay, sorry, this is 2 section. Okay, then I can close this right here. Okay, so this 2 section, right? So then you would ask yourself, what makes this thing, important? Why can't I just go straight away to P? Usually you just need container elements. So the P, you could have another P inside. So you are sort of like using them to group. Okay, this is 1 section, this is 2 section. Okay, so in CSS, the reason why marking up properly is very important. In CSS, you begin to see the benefit. Okay, so we'll talk about class immediately, but let's quickly add this class section 1. Okay, and then let's quickly make this class section 2. Don't worry about what they mean. I'll explain what classes are very soon. Okay, so you can see maybe section 1. I can give it a background color of red. Okay, right, then we can have section 2. Right, I can give that a background color of green. Okay, just like we did for the figure. All right, so you see this is a separate section, this is a separate section. Okay, I can say section 2 should be very below, so I can make a margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels. 10 pixels. Okay, so then that goes down by some margin. Let me make it 40. Okay, so you see the spacing has increased over here. So basically this is why it's important to mark up appropriately in HTML. It makes your CSS styling easier. Okay, it gives your entire content some structure. Okay, so we have section, we have article. By default, you don't really see what's in there, but then you don't really see what styles is being applied or the important, but they are there. So article, this is an article about how to read the weather. Okay, so that's an article. Okay, so that's like something you can use. So if you have some sort of statements or articles in your website, you can put that in an article opening and closing tab. Okay, we have something called navigation, the nav. Okay, so if you visit websites, you see over here we have some navigation over here, the buttons that you click over here to take you to other parts of the site, usually called navigation. So standards say that this nav element should be strictly used for things related to the navigation. Okay, so most sites have their navigation wrapped in something called nav. If not a nav element, then something they've labeled as nav. Okay, so with this, I'm sure when we inspect and then we go deeper, we dive down deeper into their code. So you see we have div over here. They are using div. Okay, so most of the time if it happens like that, then it means they are styling the div as a nav. You get it. So then they didn't use nav directly, but then they made it a div and then use CSS to make it look like a nav. That's the kind of hacks people go around things. Okay, but then you style it as a nav. That's also very perfect. It makes more sense. It's like the standard. You get it. So a nav can have your link. So if you have some links to your website, let's try some 1 or 2 things. We'll talk about links too in detail. Okay, but then I want us to do something very quickly here. So UL LI. You remember what this is? This is down on ordered lit, right? So maybe home LI. Okay, there's something I missed over here. We are trying to get a navigation. Okay, so I'll cut this from here. Sorry. Now make it a href. So these are links. So this is how you add a link to the website. So this a tag is what we call the anchor tag. The anchor tag. Okay, so an anchor tag is used to add a link. So you realize that now this has become blue. So href, that's the attribute. So over here is the link that you put here. Okay, so let's create another one. Li a href. We'll put in actual links once you are done. So just stay with me here. About us. A li. So you see, when you put the hash over here, you are seeing that when you click, you shouldn't do anything. Okay, you should just be on the same page, right? So once you are done, you can always come back and put the actual links over. So we can put another a href. Okay, we put another hash # over here. So maybe contact us. Okay, then we close that. So you realize what we are doing now. We have a and an li. Okay, so we can embed an element in an element. Okay, so we have, so to understand, we have a navigation. In the navigation, we have an unordered list. In an ordered list, on another list, we have a list of links that people can visit. But every list has a link. Okay, so list of links. Okay, so try to get that. It's very easy. So let's say the home goes to let's say we can even link this to https.youtube.com. I see you saw me putting the https there. You remember when we were going through the URL, we mentioned that as you are developing, as the developer, when you are doing the link and you put it's advisable to put the protocol there so that the browser doesn't assume anything. Okay, so because sometimes the browser may end up going to the HTTP version of the site, which is not very secure. So you put the link there. If you put the YouTube there raw as it is, it will still go. The browser automatically add it, but may make mistake on what protocol it is. So let's just say about us links to facebook.com. Sorry, and then contact us links to apple.com. Right, so I've created 3 links. So now let's try that. So let's click home. Okay, so you can't sort of open that link over here. Okay, but let's try something. Let's try going back to this. Okay, right, now let's open this in a new tab instead. Okay, so home, so we right click on it and open a new tab. Okay, so that's youtube.com. right, we click about, we right click and click open link in new tab. That's facebook.com. okay, then you click contact us, you right click, it goes to apple.com. okay, so you realize that now because you are working in a contained environment, we cannot just pop up a link in the same session like that. If we were working locally, right, we would have just been able to click it and open directly, but this time I will have to click home and then click open link in it, which also works perfectly. All right, so that's for links. We talked about links. We'll talk more about links in coming sections. Okay, there's a whole lot to talk about that over there, so let's move on. So we talked about nav. Now we have something we call a side. So this requires a lot of practice. All right, so you see the elements are, and this is not even 20% of HTML elements, right? So we have a side. Okay, so a side means like a side section. Okay, so if you have a site where you have multiple columns, okay, so example, this over here, this column over here can be an A side, okay, and then the picture 2 can be another side, right? So that's an A side. So an A side 2 is simply a container. Okay, so this is a side column. Okay, yeah, but it won't necessarily show at the side, right? You have to sort of come to your CSS and style it that way, but then you are marking up to tell you that, hey, this is supposed to be at the side. All right, then we have the header. Okay, the header is usually, so let me explain how the header comes in play. Okay, typically when you're going to design your site, okay, you're going to have the body. After that, I'll clear this. Okay, you're going to have the body. After you've declared your HTML type, and you're going to hide the body, you're going to have the header. Okay, you're going to have the main. Okay, this just gives you some nice structure. I'm going to have the footer. Okay, so we have the header, the main, and then the footer. Okay, so the header can be the top parts of it. So let me explain with this site example. Okay, this here can be the header. The content in the middle here can be the main, and then over here can be the footer. Okay, the footer is the last part of the site. Most of the time you see their contacts over there in the footer, or maybe the links to their social media pages and all that. You see that in the footer. So this is usually the basic structure over there. So we have the header, we have the main, you have the footer. Okay, so we can comment this out over here. So over here as it is. All right. Okay, then basically we have marked up. So then when you are developing your website, you don't need, you see, one thing about web development is you don't need to go strictly by, as long as it's a standard, you have to follow it. But then beyond that, you're allowed a lot of creativity. Okay, some people just go straight, and instead of the header they have the main, and in the main they'll have the header. in the main, they will create the header. Okay, yeah, this is also perfect. If that's what you want, that's okay. In the header, you'd have your, so people go around it differently. Okay, so it's not so very strict. Okay, so once you know what is a standard, you know what's a standard, then you need to know what also you sort of like need to be flexible with. All right, it's part of the learning process. Okay, so let's try another thing. We are going to go to things you call utility. I call it utility elements. Okay, so for example, we have P. I love shouting. Okay, now let's just say I want to emphasize on the shouting. Okay, now there's an element I call the emphatic element, or for emphasis. Okay, so strong over here. So you realize that over here the shouting has been made a bit deeper than the rest of the text. Okay, now why are these elements important? Now we said that to develop a website you need to think about accessibility. When somebody's using a screen reader to browse your site, the screen reader can change the tonation when they meet something like a strong element. Okay, so they can say I love shouting. Okay, this is why it's important to mark up very well. Okay, so that people who are using screen readers who cannot really see can still picture what you are trying to say without bold vibe. Okay, there are more elements like that we use. So you say I love standing slanted. Okay, so we can make this. So there's another element called the italics. Okay, so right there to realize that now this has become slanted. Okay, so this is italics. Then there's even more. I love getting underlined. Okay, so P. So now this can be, so the underline, I can make this U. Okay, then I close it U like this, right? So we realize that this has been underlined over here. Okay, then I have P. We have EM2, so I want to make an emphasis on my statement. Okay, so P. So now I put this in something we call EM. I think we've seen EM in our sites we created. So EM. Okay, so that also gives you realize that the emphasis and then the I is a bit the same. Okay, but then they all put emphasis on what they're doing. So these are some generic elements elements you can use for emphasis. So there's a whole lot of let's try another one we call the KBD. Keyboard hello. All right, then we have KBD. Okay, so you see this gives some this is something. If you want to demonstrate that this thing has to be typed, okay, so to access your account, please type this statement in the form field. Okay, so this also gives it the whole how do you call it? You see, it gives it some different kind of text from every other thing. It also has this emphasis sort of thing. So you see, there's a whole lot of element that we talk about. So please do well to go through the book. Okay, it has a cheat sheet of most of the HTML tags. Okay, but then for all of them, their basic workings is the same. The opening tags, the closing tags, the attributes, the values. You need to know which ones are the block elements. We said block elements, they stay on the same line. They don't share the line with any other elements. Okay, we have inline elements. Inline elements can be put within block elements. Okay, they can work with other elements on the same line. Right, we talked about empty elements. Empty elements are they don't have closing tags. Okay, like the image tag and the meta tag in the head and all that, they are all empty elements. Okay, so let's go on to do something we call generic element. All right. Okay, so now we talk about something we call the generic element. Okay, so generic elements basically the most popular, the most common is the div and then expand. So this is the div element. Okay, so let's say P hello, right? So generic element basically they are I personally call them neutral elements. Okay, they are there, but then they are not really sort of having any direct impact in the content that they have. All right, so it gives you like a very baseline to sort of build some styles and things. So by default, you have to specify their width, their height, their colors, and everything. They serve as containers. Now, as you go to CSS and you play with layouts, you realize that these generic elements like div, is very, very, very important in laying out your website. Okay, so let me quickly give an example. Right, so we have hello, right over here. So we have 3 hellos right here. Okay, let me just save this quickly and then have the page reload like we always do. Okay, so we have hello, then we have another hello over here. I just want to demonstrate to you how generic elements work. Okay, so we call this div1 and we call this class, we give it a class of div2. Okay, so these are classes. All right, we'll talk about classes very soon. Okay, so this is div1, this is div2. So now I can say all divs should be a width of, let's say, 200 pixels, right? The height of 500, let me say 300 pixels, for example. Okay, and all divs should have a border of 2px solid red. Okay, so you see what has happened over here. Okay, now I can say dot div1 should be background color yellow. Okay, right, and I can say dot div2 should be background color. I mean, you can play around with the colors on your own, right? Orange. Okay, so you see we have 2 divs and 2 containers, right? So divs are like really nice things for doing layouts. You can say floats left. Okay, so you see we already created some layouts, right? You can have, let's say, margin right 10 pixels. Okay, so we already have something that looks like a column. Okay, so if you have to layout, so you realize that as you do more and more, you do more and more CSS and you do layouts, we play around with layouts, you realize that divs are very, very, very important. They are generic elements. They are really important in laying out your site, putting things in order, getting your columns and everything. Divs are very, very key. They are very neutral elements. Okay, now we'll talk about another generic element called a span. Okay, so let's talk about span. So we create like an H. Let's create an H5 this time around. Okay, this is a short text. Okay, so that's a short text over here, right? Okay, now because we have floated everything, you realize that we've not talked about layout, so we just let's leave it. So this is a short text over there. Okay, let me put a BR empty element over here. So BR is called a line break. It sort of gives it moves element to the next line. Okay, you sort of force the element to move to the next line. Okay, so realize that we've moved the shortest from up to down. Okay, so let's just leave it like this BR, like just to demonstrate something. Okay, so H5. All right, now let's just say we want to give this our custom, the short, want to give it a custom color. We don't want to use strong or EM or whatever it is. Okay, now we can wrap this around the span. Okay, short around the span like so. Okay, and then we can come into our CSS and type something. Let's say the H5, the color of the H5 is, let's say, red. Okay, so the entire H5 becomes red, as you see over here. But let's say we want just the short to be the color of green. Okay, so you can say H5 span, right, color green. Okay, so then you realize that now this is a short. The short alone has become the color of green. Okay, so this is a generic. So using the span generic elements, we're able to only single out the short and then give it our own custom styles. Okay, there are so many things you can do with this, and as you go on, you realize that the span element is a very, very powerful element and then the div element too is also a very powerful element. Okay, now that we've done this, now let's talk about ID and class attributes. Okay, so let's create a new pen. Okay, so we click here, we click new pen. Okay, perfect. By this time you should be getting used to creating new pens. Okay, so ID and class attribute, right? Okay, perfect. So ID and class attributes, they are sort of like identifiers for HTML elements. Okay, so let's say we have two headings. Heading 1, no, let me not use heading. Okay, let me use a paragraph. Okay, paragraph 1, and then paragraph 2. Okay, now let's say you are building your website. Okay, let me add one more paragraph, paragraph 3. Okay, let's save this. Okay, perfect. So let's just say you are building a website and you have 3 paragraphs in the website. Okay, you want to make the first website red, you want to make this green, you want to make this black, or you want to make this, let's say, orange. So red, green, orange, for example, right? Now, how do you differentiate between P's, the different paragraphs? If I come to CSS and I type P background color red, okay, now all the paragraphs will become red, but I just want first to be red, second to be green, and the third to be orange. So how do I identify them? And that's where we have the ID and class attribute. Okay, so what's an ID attribute? So I can give paragraph 1, let's say ID P1. Okay, it's like not ID, the way you have a student's ID that identifies you. Okay, P2, and I can give the paragraph 3 to an ID of P3. Okay, now in CSS I can write something like #P1. Okay, we'll learn about this, so don't worry about that. So we can say #P1, and then we say background color red. Okay, so you realize that this has applied to just paragraph 1. We have #P2 background color green. Okay, so this is just green, and #P3 background color orange. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake here and I typed this wrong. Okay, so you realize that using the IDs, we have given all the paragraphs their own unique identifiers. Okay, so in CSS, so these are all set. So the IDs help you to select and identify a unique element that you want to apply certain styles, or even you want to apply some certain script to. Okay, and I also know that IDs, by standard, you should not repeat an ID. Okay, it may work, but then it can lead to a lot of issues later on. Okay, now let's just say now, though I want the background colors of the paragraphs to be different. Okay, what if I want all of it, the color of the paragraph to be white? Okay, or let's just say I have another paragraph over here. Okay, paragraph 4. Okay, P. All right, now let's just say I want paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3 to have white text, but I don't want paragraph 4. I want paragraph 4 to maintain its looks. Okay, if I come here and I type P color white, okay, then it means all paragraphs over here will have white. Okay, including paragraph 4. But meanwhile, I just want paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph. That's when something called the class comes inside. So I can identify this with a class. So I can say paragraph 1 has a class of white paragraph. Okay, class of white P. Okay, this is something you can name white P. Okay, then I can say class is equal to white P. Right, then I can come to my CSS and type p.white P is color white. Alright, so once I type this, then you realize that only the paragraphs with a class of white P are white, and then the paragraph 4 without the white P class is still black. Right, so these are IDs and class attributes. These are core foundations and core components for every HTML site. You will never see an HTML site without ID and class. Let's go back to our YouTube so that I show you how the IDs. I think now you begin to make more sense of it. Okay, so you realize that you see a whole lot of class over here. There's a class here, there's another class here, there's a class here, there's an ID here, there's an ID here, there's a class here, there's an ID here, there's a class here. So IDs and classes are like the core fundamentals of every website. Okay, and an element can belong to more than one class. Unlike the ID, an element can have one ID, but for classes, an element can have more than one class. So let's say with paragraph 1, though I want it to be white, I also want to give it something unique to itself. So let's say big space. Okay, right, and I can also say that let me do this here, and I can say, okay, paragraph 1 and 2 should have big space. Right, so now when I come here, I can also come inside p.big space. I can give it a padding of 30 pixels. Okay, so you see now paragraph 1 to 3 all have the white big class, but then paragraph 1 and 2, only paragraph 1 and 2 have the big space class. Okay, so then when I apply the big space class, the style, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 are the only ones that ended up having the spacing. Okay, so this is a very important use of classes that you should really understand. So try to play around with it, add your own classes. Basically, with the little thing we've done in CSS, just try to play around, see whether you can wrap your head around it. If you are finding difficulties with the styles, don't worry about it. Okay, as long as you understand the HTML portion of things, you are okay. Definitely in the CSS course, we will go through each and every single thing, how to lay out, how to style it. So don't worry your head about it too much. Okay, so in the next video, in the next section, we are going to talk into detail about links. Okay, we are going to break down links into more details. The anchor tag, we are going to break it down and then explain it more, right, so that you understand better how it works. Okay, so now we are going to go into detail into links. All right, adding links to your website, linking to other websites and stuff like that. So we talked about it briefly, but I'm going to do a little bit more detailed work over here. So over here, I have the folder, our previous folder we created for our first website. Okay, so we have the index.html, we have the car for our car rental website. Okay, so I'm going to add some few things to our website. Okay, so to edit an existing website, like that's the code for an existing website, you just right click on the link and then you go to open with, and then you go to notepad, right? As you advance using more advanced tools, you can just open them directly in the editors and all that, but I'm going to go like that and open it with notepad. Okay, so that pops up our initial code. All right, that pops up our initial code. So what I'm going to do is that we are going to add a section, right, that links to the Facebook page of our company, of our business. Okay, this time around, I'm just going to use facebook.com, or we are going to link to the Carrot Institute Facebook page. Okay, so let's get started with that. So let's add a new paragraph over here, P, in the how to contact us section, right? And we'll make it visit our Facebook page to learn more. Okay, then we close it. Okay, so we said that links are added with the A tag, that is called the anchor tag, right? So what we want to happen is that when the customer clicks the Facebook page, we want the customer to click the Facebook page, and the system will automatically redirect the customer to our Facebook page. Okay, so we wrap this Facebook page in the anchor tags. Okay, so we wrap it in the A. Okay, so A over here, then we close it. Okay, then we know the A has an attribute called the href, okay, which is called the href attribute. Okay, so this attribute is what has the link to the Facebook page we want to link to. You understand? Okay, or let's just say instead of Facebook, let's use YouTube for instance. YouTube. Okay, or yeah, let's make it YouTube. Okay, since So visit our YouTube to learn more, right? And we'll link to any damage channel. Okay. So once you don't have the link, we can just make here hash. Okay. Now let's save this. Open our web page and see what we have over there. So we save this Control S. Right now, let's open the link right here. Okay. A minute. Okay. All right. So this is our page, right? And you realize that right now we have the visit our YouTube over here, which is now a blue link automatically. So when you click this is supposed to take you now, because this is hash, it just pushes you back up the page. Okay, so now let's add some code to that. Okay, let's add a link. So let's see whether we can find any YouTube channel to link to, any random YouTube channel. Let's say, okay, let me just say we are no code, for example. It's a YouTube channel. So what I do is I can copy this over here, the YouTube channel link over here, right? Let me close this, and then I can come to my code and then I can paste it here in the href attribute. Okay, so now we have visit our YouTube. So anytime the person clicks YouTube, it's going to take you straight to that particular channel. So take it like your own YouTube channel. So once you're done, you Control S, you save, you come back, you reload the page. Okay, so now when I click visit our YouTube channel, okay, it takes us back, it takes us straight to the YouTube, that particular link. Okay, so you can put any link you want over there. All right, now let's try another interesting thing. Okay, now adding links is not just for text. Okay, you can make an image a link, you can make a heading a link, you can make anything on the page a link, anything on the page clickable. Okay, so we can make this our logo clickable, such that when you click this logo it takes you to the YouTube channel. Okay, so let's do that. So what we do is that we go up. Okay, so we put this our image tag, our empty element, in another anchor tag. Okay, so we make this a href. Okay, right, and then we close it this way. Okay, then we come over here and then we copy the channel, the href value. It's also called a target, so that's the target of the link. All right, we put it here, we save it, we come back to our site, we reload the page. Okay, we reload it. Then you realize that now when you put your mouse over the logo, you have this pointing cursor, right? So when you click it, that also brings us to the YouTube channel. So this is basically a very interesting way. So links are very important. In fact, websites were formed on the basis of being able to link to other documents both within and out of your site. Okay, so that's a very important concept to know. Now let's do another interesting thing. Let's say we do not want to move the customer away from our website. Okay, so we want to open the link in another window. Okay, so what we do is that we add another attribute. Okay, so an element can have multiple attributes. That's what you should remember. Called target. So the target attribute can have the value called _blank. Okay, so you are telling the browser that, hey, when a person clicks on this link, it should open a blank window in a new window. Okay, so I'll save it, minimize it, reload it, and then we'll click the link again. This time around, you realize that it opens the YouTube channel in another page, right? Exactly. So that is how the target blank works. All right. Now we talked about ID attribute, for example. Okay, we talked about ID attributes in the previous lesson. Okay, we can also sort of like imagine, there are times you visit a website where you scroll so much. Okay, it's a very long page of text, right? And then you have this scroll up button over here where you click and then it takes you all the way back up, right? That is the work of something called anchoring. Okay, let me spell that for you quickly. It's called anchoring. Okay, so it's like anchoring, linking. Anchoring is like more about linking to parts of your website. So you are not necessarily linking to another website, but you are linking to a portion of your site. Okay, so you click that scroll top, it takes you automatically to the top of the site. Okay, it's also very simple. There is some JavaScript over there that is used to make the whole process smooth, so then it goes up very smoothly. You understand? But without JavaScript too, we can still play around it and see. So what you do is that, let's say our page was a very long page, right? And then what I want to do is that anytime the person clicks on the logo, I want the person to be taken to the visit our YouTube channel. All right, I want the person to be taken to this portion. So what I do is that I can give this p tag an ID. Okay, I can give it an ID, and I can make it like YouTube. The ID can be YouTube. You know, we talked about ID as being used to identify elements. So this can have an ID of YouTube. Okay, and then in my link, instead of linking to the channel, what I'll do is that I'll link to that particular portion of my site. So I can make this hash YouTube. Okay, so hashtag and then the ID of the element you want to link to. So take note of this. So I'll save it, go back, and I'll reload the page. So you realize that the YouTube is right here. Okay, if I want to get that, I have to scroll there. But just watch this. The page is not very long, so you can't really see the effect as much, but then just watch it. So when I click here, this is going to scroll the page to enough for you to see the YouTube. Okay, so look at that. Okay, so you realize that now we've come here on YouTube. Okay, let's get rid of the target blank. Okay, so the target blank, what happens is that it opens the same page in another window and then scrolls to where the YouTube is. Okay, so let me get rid of that. Okay, let's reload. Okay, so look at that. You see there's a jump. You see there's a jump. So if you have a very long page, immediately you click that, it will scroll all the way down to the YouTube section where the YouTube, and then it will automatically stop. Okay, so that is that's another use for anchor tags, linking between portions of your page. It's also a very, very important feature that you should know as you develop HTML websites. All right, now let's do another interesting thing. So definitely a website is not made up of just the home page like we have here, right? A website is made up of different pages, okay, where you can link to and stuff like that. You know, you can have the home page, the about us page, the contact us page, and then, you know, all that stuff. So what we'll do is that we'll create about 2 more pages, okay, for our website, and then we'll link to those pages from the home page. So let's take this as the home page. All right, so what we'll do is we will go back to our development folder where we have our Codepen in it, and then we'll create a duplicate, right? So let's create a duplicate of the index.html. So we Control-C, Control-V over here. Then we'll rename it as, let's say, about.html, right? And then we'll create another duplicate, and then we'll make it, let's say, contact.html. Okay, so now we have 3 pages for our website. Okay, so what we'll do is that we'll go to index.html, which we already have opened over here. Okay, and then we'll say who we are. Okay, and under the who we are, we'll put a link over there. Okay, that goes to the about us page. So we'll say maybe read more about us, okay. Then we'll put this in an anchor tag. Okay, so we are linking to another page in our site, so we'll make it href. Okay, now because the about.html is in the same over here, it's in the same directory as the index.html, right? So we don't need to do anything complicated. Just like we link the card.png, you can just put href about.html. All right, okay, and then the contact us to, we can say maybe learn more about our contact. Okay, right, and then we'll wrap this two in an anchor tag and an a tag, sorry, right, and then we'll make it href. Okay, then we have over here we have contact.html, right? So we make it contact.html. All right, then we save it. So let's quickly look at how this looks in the current design. Okay, so luxury. Okay, so we see we have read more about us, and then we have learn more about our contacts. Okay, so now let's just make some different, because we copied and pasted. Let's make some changes to the about us page and then the contact us page. Right. So once again, we right click on the about us and then we go to open with notepad. Okay, so you realize the same code, right? So we're going to remove something over here. So what I'll do is I'll intentionally duplicate this, the who we are, then I will get rid of the we love our business. Okay, and I'll get rid of this. So I'll just maintain the who we are section. Okay, just to give it some different look. Okay, then I'll open the contact us page too. So I right click on it and I click open with notepad. Okay, so the contact us section, so I'll remove every other session and then I'll just maintain the contact us page, right? And let me just intentionally duplicate this to make it look a lot, right? Okay, there we go, right? We've already created the links in the index.html page, so we are good. So let's go back to the site, refresh the page, and then now let's click read more about us. Okay, so you see that brings you to in fact, let's do something. Let's add more differentiation. So about us, instead of the luxury car rental, I'll make the heading about us. So I'm trying to change this right here to about us. Okay, and on the contact, I'll say contact page. Let me save that. Okay, let's go back, right, and then let's reload. Okay, so read more about us. Let's take it. So you see now there's the about us page. Now let me go back and then learn more about our contacts. That's their contact page. Okay, so now if your website has multiple pages, you can just easily link it. It's very easy, very easy. So the same way, you know, on the contact page, the YouTube link is there. So you can also create a link to link you back to the about us page and then the index page as well. Right, so let me just do that example quickly on the contact page. So on the contact page, I'll create a very large heading over here. Let me just make it very simple. H4. Okay, and I'll make it go back to home page, right? So I'm going to wrap this in an anchor tag, and I'm going to make the href. The home page is called index.html, right? So I'm going to make this a okay, perfect. All right, so let's reload the page, right? Okay, so you see we have go back to home page over. So once we click it, that takes us back to the luxury car rental homepage. So you can click about us, go back over here. So you can do the same thing. So as practice, do the same thing for the about us page. Link back to the homepage from the about us page, just like we've done for the contact page. All right, so it's a very important concept to grasp. All right, so let's go back to the homepage now. Over here, you realize that all the pages are on the same in the same directory. Let's say you have like 10s and 20s. As your website becomes bigger, you need a lot of you have lots of files, and it's very important to arrange them. Okay, so let's say you have another page. So I'm going to create a new folder. Okay, I'll make it secret. Let's say secret, for example, or maybe let me say extras. Okay, all right, let me duplicate the about page, copy, and then I'll open the extras page and I'll paste it over here. Then I'll make it extras.html. Okay, right. So extras.html will probably have maybe links to the owners of the site, for example. So I'll open extras.html and then I'll open with notepad. Okay, so I'll label this extras. Okay, now say maybe owner. Maybe I'll delete this and I'll make this owner Mr. Peter. right? So this is the extras page, okay, just for the purposes of demo, right? So the owner, the extras page shows the owner, right? Now if I go back to over here, I go back to index.html, or let me say, yeah, index.html, sorry. Let me open that one here. Okay, and then I want to see where I can put the extra. Okay, so let me see who we are. I can put an extras link over there, p. Okay, then I can make it a href. Okay, close it like that. Okay, then I'll put extras. Okay, and I'm going to put extras.html over here. Okay, so let's go back to our website, luxury car rental website. So I refresh. Now I have an extras link here. Okay, now I click it. So you see what happens. They said your file could not be accessed. So the browser could not find the file. Okay, so why did this happen? Okay, so let's go back and inspect something. Now index.html is here. Okay, and we are trying to open a page that is in a folder inside. So index.html is on the same level as contact and about, but then extras is in another folder. Okay, so it's down. Okay, so you have to open extras and then go back to then you can open extras.html. All right, so what you do is that instead of just opening extras.html, what you have to append the extras folder and then a / then the extras.html. Okay, so now we go back to our page, we refresh, and then we click extras. Then now we have the extras within the owner. Okay, now you realize that another thing has happened. Now the car rental logo is not showing. Okay, but the alt text is showing. So what is happening over here too? Now look at this. Let's go back to the extras.html. Let's open the extras.html. So in extras.html, we have image src car.png. Okay, but the problem, look at something right here. When you go to extras is alone in its folder. Okay, but car.png is outside the extras folder. Okay, so if I was accessing car.png from index.html, I can just put car.png in the src. But no, car.png is not in this folder. It's not in the same location. So I have to navigate there in the code. So in the extras.html, all right, instead of the src, now going out of the extras folder. Okay, so picture that you are going out of the extras folder. You instead use / car.png. So what you're telling the browser to do is that, hey, yes, I'm in this folder, but to find the car.png, we go back into the other folder and then open car.png. So let me save this and then let me show you what happens now. Okay, so right now the car.png, the png has showed up. All right, you get the idea. So let me quickly brush through one more time. If you want to link to if you're on index.html, you want to link to a file that is not in the same folder but in a subfolder, right? You proceed with the name of the folder and then the file. Okay, but if you are in the folder and you want to come out of it, then you use the dot, right? So this dot says come out once you find that file. Okay, imagine you had a folder and a folder and a folder, then you have something like dot like this, dot like this. Okay, to show, okay, come out once, come out again, and then you find that file over there. So we've been able to now linking is very important. So practice this and create as many pages, duplicate pages with different content, and try to link everything up. Make sure that from contact us, when I click on learn about contact, I can go back to home page. When I go to extras, you can link back to the home page and then all that, and then see whether you really understand this, because this is very, very important for you as a developer. So let's get into the next section where we go into more details into how we can add images. All right. Okay, so we are going to talk about images a little bit more into detail, right? We've played around with images, so we're going to talk about them a little more. So let me just name this pen. So create a new pen, limit images. All right. So let's quickly look at when you take images, we've dealt with JPEG. I think you already know GPGs and all that, the extensions for images, but let's look at them into more detail. As a web developer, it's necessary that you know the different types of images, the downsides. If you take a PNG, why is it better to save an image as a PNG as compared to like a GPG, or why do you use a BMP over a GIF? What a GIF does, and then all that stuff. And let's have some fun with it. Now, HTML allows you to embed any type of image. We also have things like SVG that I'll quickly talk about, right? So let's go through some of the various image formats. Okay, so over here we have this link over here. Is the Mozilla Developer Network, right? This is like a documentation site where you can get to learn about most of the standards that can be used on the web. It has a whole lot of content for developers. So if you want to use something, you are not sure whether it will work across browsers or whatever it is, the compatibility, you can come here, developer.mozilla.org, right? It's a very interesting site. Okay, so over here I have the image file type and format guide. So let's just quickly, we'll not cover everything. There's a whole lot of image types, but we'll just go through some of the popular ones. So we have .apng, okay, we have .avif, okay, these are not even very popular. We have .gif, right? So most of these GIFs that you see, these are the extensions, right? So over here you see the summary. Okay, so good choice for simple images and animations, right? Prefer PNG for lossless and index style images, and consider WebP, right? So then they are saying that, yeah, if you have an image that is, these are GIFs where somebody is dancing and it is repeating, as GIFs is okay, but then without that, prefer the PNG for the lossless version, right? Then we have JPEGs, right? So they say good choice for lossy compression of still images. Currently the most popular. So when we say lossy compression, let's say your image size is 1 gigabyte and you want to reduce the size to 400 megabytes. Now, lossy compression means that when you reduce the size, there will be some quality to that will be done to the image. Okay, and we have lossless compression. Lossless compression is you can reduce the size and still the quality will be the same. Okay, so if you want lossy compression, JPEG is good. All right, they say prefer PNG when more precise reproduction of the image is required. Okay, so there's PNG, there's SVG. So SVG images are I really love SVG images personally, because what happens is that when you work with JPEGs and PNG, you realize that when you view your image on different screens, the quality is different, right? Sometimes you put an image, you put an image in your website, you view it on, let's say, on a MacBook on iOS, and these devices have very high resolution, so sometimes your image becomes a bit blurry or it's not very clear on some screens. So, but SVG, with how they work, no matter which screen you are viewing the image on, it looks the same, right? And it's easy to manipulate and all. So it's a little bit complicated as compared to but then it's very easy once you get a hold of it. Then we have WebP. Okay, they said it's excellent choice for both images and animated images. WebP offers much better compression than PNG or JPEG, with support for higher color depth, animated frames, transparency. Okay, so I think WebP is the most optimized across all the images. Okay, and sometimes as you develop more and more size, and then you try to optimize for speed, you realize that Google will suggest that you turn some of your images to WebP. Okay, so these are some of the various type of images that are available. Okay, so let's go back to our pen, and then let's play around with something we haven't yet tried before. So we know that adding an image, you need an image tag, the SRC. Okay, sorry. Right. So the SRC is the link to the image. Let me quickly save this. All right. Okay, so let's get one image again. Let's say cars, right, for example. Okay, on Google, any random image. So let's just take this image. We can right click on it and click copy image address. Okay, and then we enter the SRC over here, right? So our image will be displayed here. See, this is very big, right? So let's make it a bit short. So the width attribute, okay, we talked about actually the width attributes, can make it 200 exhaust. Okay, that will make it smaller. Okay, yeah, so that's the width. You can also do this in CSS as well, but then I want us to do most of the things in HTML. Okay, but let's try something else. Okay, so now let's say we have a div. We talked about div, which is a generic element, right? So we have a div, and then in the div we have a paragraph. Okay, that this is a cool div. Okay, so P, and then we have another div over here. Okay, let's we want to style the div a little. Okay, so let's make this div, let me give it a width of a width of 300 pixels, a height of 50 pixels, right? Let's give a background color of orange. Okay, and maybe let's give it a color of white so you can see what's going on there. Okay, yeah, let's give it maybe a padding of 20 pixels. No, 20 pixels is too much. Let's make it 10. Okay, to give it some space around the div. Okay, all right, so we have a div here. Now let's just say instead of the orange color, right, we want to use like an image, for like a background image for the div. Okay, so what you can do is there's a background. We'll talk about this. Okay, so background and a URL. Okay, we'll have so let's take another car. Let's say this black one, right? Let's copy image address. Let's put it here, and then let's make it. So we'll copy the image address and come and paste it right here. Okay, so you see. Okay, so because it's black, because the div is small, we can't see the entirety of this thing. So let me see whether I can increase the width and the height to just see whether we can see more parts of our image. Sorry, 600. Okay, so no, 600 may be too long. Let me make it 400. Okay. So well, this is a div. We've given maybe 400 is a bit too much. Okay, maybe 200. You know, this is basically how your life as a web developer is. Okay, you try out stuff, you try numbers to see what looks good, and also okay, so we can give this a text align of center. Text align of center to get the text right in the middle. Okay, so yeah, this is what we have now. So you can use your own images. Now this is an image I got from the internet, right? But you can use your own images as well to replace that URL and to show them. And as a developer also, you have to be very conscious. Sorry for the sound in the background. All right, it's there's some works going on out there, so forgive me for that. Yeah, so like I said, you need to be conscious about the type of images that you use. Okay, make sure that they are responsive, make sure that they are easily accessible, such that the image you use here should look good on different browsers, different devices, right? It's very important. So test to make sure that however things are appearing here, they are appearing everywhere. Okay, use alternate image formats where necessary. If you realize that maybe PNG is not working, try JPEG, right? If you realize JPEG is not working, try SVG to see how things go on, right? So it's all about a lot of trial and errors, testing, sampling, you know, attempting things you've never done before to see how they turn out to be. Okay, so be creative, you know, play around with this, try to see whether you can change the image, you know, give it some different vibe and all that stuff. Though we've not learned CSS, but you know, just see what you can do about it. All right, so in the next section we'll talk about tables. We've never touched tables, we don't know what they are in HTML. So how do you mark up a table? Okay, which is a very huge part of building websites. Okay, so we'll talk about tables in the next section. Okay, you definitely do all to get used to it. Text align center. Okay, we'll add that over there. Okay, so now we'll put that in the middle. So realize that we created a div. Instead of the usual background color, we give it a background image, which is an image. We copy the image link over. So this can be your own image somewhere. Then if you remember how we use the anchor tags where we link to images in there, so you can put your own image over here in the URL section, and it will show up over. So this is an image. Anyway, very, very beautiful. Now here's the thing. This we'll talk about more in CSS, but realize that we have background color of orange, and then yes, though we have a background too at the same time. So we have the background color orange passed. Okay, so this is something reason why we call it cascading. So cascading, usually the properties that have more importance, they sort of overshadow the properties behind. So there's actually a background color there of orange, but then the background image has more precedence, so it's cascading over that one. So that's one reason why it's called cascading style sheet, but then we'll talk more about that too as well. So basically these are the images that we have. Okay, and then one thing you should also know is that your images have to be responsive. Okay, this it's looking good here, but sometimes some images you use, you open them on a phone and it doesn't really look good, or you open them in a smaller screen or a bigger screen and it's very blurred. So you need to be testing for that as well as a web developer. It's very important. Every time, explore the type of images and see what works best. Okay, if you need some compression, you need to do that as well. Okay, so with this, go through the Learning Web Design 5th edition book and the image section. There's a whole lot of detail too about images that I think you should read, and it's nice to know and understand as you do your work. All right, very necessary. Okay, so in the next section, we'll explore something we have never touched before, which is called tables. Okay, so we're going to see how to create tables in HTML. Okay, so let's get started with tables. We've never done tables in HTML before, so tables are things that you always come back to. Yes, you always come back to them because they have so many uses. There are so many places you use them differently. Okay, and then their markups are slightly bit complicated than the usual element that we'll be using. So usually you forget to come back to it and it doesn't hurt, right? Okay, but it's necessary to grab at least the basic understanding of how they work, right? So now we are going to look at what we are going to mark up: the company, contact, country. This is a table on HTML on W3 schools, right? And then we have some rows and then some columns, right? So that's the first thing you have to notice about tables. There are rows, okay, over here, and then there are columns. So we have 3 columns and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 rows. Okay, so that's something. And we have some content in there. You get. Okay, so we are going to go through it. I'm going to do for like the first 3, and then I'll leave you to try your hands on doing for the last 3 as well. Okay, so let's get started. We don't need to use the same names, right? We can use different names, or better still, what do you think? I think we should use the same names, right? Okay, just to make sure that we are actively duplicating this this particular page. Okay, so let's get started. So this is the basic table structure. Okay, so the table element, we open the table element and then we close it here. Table. Okay, now the table has something we call the table head. That's the T head, right? Okay, and then it has the table body, the T body, right? Okay, so let me make this nice, right? So let me save this immediately so that we can continue. Okay, so yeah, like I said, we have so over here, this is the T head. The T head has this bold thing, right? And we have the T body. So the T body is essentially the contents of the table, right? So the T head, under the T head, we have something called the TR. So when you see a TR, that's a table row. So the table row is 1 row. Okay, so if you take this table, this is a TR, this is a TR, this is a TR, this is a TR. Okay, so it's a row, the table row, right? So a TR. In the TR, okay, we have something we call TH. Okay, that's the table header. So the first row takes the table header. So we have TH. Okay, in the TH over here, we have company, contact, country, right? So company. Okay, let me bring this over here. Okay, so you see company right here, we have TH over here, contact, right? And then we have another TH over here, sorry, we have country. Okay, so company, contact, country. Okay, right over there. Okay, so that is our basic table structure. Okay, we have it there, and then we'll go to the T body. Okay, so the T body, we have the another TR over here, we have the TR over here, we have the TR over here, and then we have the TR over here. Okay, so T body, we start from the first TR, which is this TR, and then we close it TR. Okay, so let's say we have 3 TR, so let's start with the first one. Okay, so now how do we add the columns? Now each TH is one column. Okay, so TH company close TH is one column, TH contact is one column, and then TH country 2 is one column. Okay, so you fill the TDs the same way, in the same number of times that we have the TH. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So when you take one TR, in a TR we have a TD. Okay, so if you take the table head, we have TRTH, but if you take the body itself, we have TRTD. Okay, so get that difference. Okay, so TD in our first company we have Alfred something. So now I'll just copy the name over here, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, and I'll make this TD. Okay, then we have Maria Andes, right? So I'm going to create another TD. In fact, there are 3, right? So I'll create another TD. Okay, and then I'll create another TD. Okay, so we have Maria Andes over here, and then the last one we have Germany. Okay, so we've created our first row. We have Alfred Flackett, whatever name is there, the contact is Maria Andes, and the Germany is there, just like we have over here. Okay, so don't worry too much about how it looks. Okay, how it's jumbled over here, right? There's just focus on the basic structure. Okay, yeah, because then most of styling the table for it to look this way requires some amount of CSS and then some other manipulations, okay, which is out of the scope. Okay, but just get the basic, right? So we are going to have another TR. Okay, so let's just copy and paste this. Okay, so we copy the tar row, we paste it over here, so we have another row, okay, which will show up. Okay, so we see we have another row. So let's change this to central commercial something whatever that is. So the TD is first, then we have Francisco Chang, okay, as the contact, and then we have Mexico as the country. Okay, so now we have these two. Let's do the last one. Okay, so we copy and paste this TR again. Okay, so TR, so that's a row, so every row, okay, is TR. So ends handle, okay, ends handle right here. We have Roland Mendel, okay, that's the contact. Okay, and then we have Austria, okay, that's it over here. Okay, so now we have our table. It's not looking very much like a table, so we'll add some simple CSS to it, okay, just to give it some nice vibe. Okay, so let's quickly write this CSS table THTD. Okay, don't worry about what they mean. Okay, so PX solid black, perfect. Okay, so you realize that our table is already looking like it's sort of looking like a table now, right? You can even make I mean, as you do more CSS, you can make it red or something like that, okay, and give it that red vibe. So basically this is how a table is marked up in HTML. It's very, very straightforward, very, very simple, very, very easy. Okay, so these are rows, these are columns, this is the table headers, okay, and then these are the contents. Okay, now let's learn something we call the code span, for example. Okay, so let's just say code spans, it helps like you to stretch one column or one row. Code span helps you to stretch one column across 2 columns. Okay, so let's say this company, right, instead of having company and contact here, we have something that stretches across over here. So we can make this say code span is equal to 2, so 2 columns instead of 1. Okay, then we can remove this from here, this th from here. But let's comment it out. Okay, like we said, comment, we talked about commenting. Okay, let's comment that code span 2. So now do you see what is happening over here, right? So sorry, let me put the code span on the company instead. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so you realize that now the company heading has stretched across two. Okay, so we have now two columns under one company column. Okay, so that's the use of the code span. Okay, yeah, so then you can use the code span to modify so many. So let's say the second row, okay, the one with the central something, right? We can say, okay, well, we want the central commercial something to stretch across two columns instead of having one over here. So we can make this code span of 2. Okay, so if you make this a code span of 2, then it means now this has become 4 columns. That's 2 plus 1 plus 1. That is 4, right? So we have to remove 1. Let's get rid of the Mexico over there. Okay, so so you realize that now the central data has now stretched across two columns. Okay, so that's the use of quotes. So this is the basic structure of a table. Let me get back this to red. Okay, so this is the basic structure of a table, an HTML table. You need to know how a table works, okay, because sometimes there are some, especially, in fact, there's a lot of times you have to display data, you have to display some information in a tabular form. So you need to know how the table works. But as you learn more CSS, as you use frameworks, you'll be able to design more, beautiful tables, nicer tables, and then whatnot. Over here, we can try giving a style of a background color of green. Okay, yeah, just to give our table over here some green color. All right, so there's a whole lot of things you can do with the table, a whole lot of manipulations you can make with them that will make your table nicer. So try to understand this. Okay, this is the basic structure of a table. Try to see whether you can recreate it without looking at it. Okay, trust that it counts with time, so don't beat yourself too much if you can't type it all out of your head. It will come with practice. The more you do it, the more you remember it, then it becomes second nature to you. Okay, with time you're able to just mark up full tables without referring to anything. All right, so this has been for HTML tables. Please do want to go through the course material, the Learning Web Design 5th edition. If you want to read more about tables, get deeper into the whole table system, and then how it works. But for now, at this stage, this is more than enough for you. As we do CSS, we'll be playing around more with a whole lot of styles and how to make all these HTML elements that we are doing come together and then look nicer. All right, so in the next section, we'll handle something very, very important in every website, which is forms. Okay, you know how to mark up a simple form. You go to a website, you see something like enter your username, enter your password. How do you mark up those things? We are going to explore that into detail. So that will be a very interesting section as well. So join me in the next section as we start with forms. Okay, so let's talk about forms, right? Now, forms are the core of every website. Without forms, you cannot get customers to interact with your website, sign up, get fetch information, filter information. So forms, and I'm sure if you have browsed the website before, you've used the form before, right? There are so many types of forms, so many advanced forms. Okay, even the Google search stuff we have over here is a form of form where you input something and then you submit it. Okay, so forms are used all over the place. You've ordered something online, you've used the form. If you've purchased something online, you've used the form. If you've requested a friend on Facebook or somewhere, you've used the form. If you've chat with somebody on a website, you've used the form, sort of. Okay, if you search for some information, you've used the form, right? So forms are all over the place. All right, so we need to learn how to mark it up. There are so many ways you can style a form, right? If you go online right now and go and search for form designs, for example, you will see so many different types of forms, so many, right? Different designs with CSS and beautiful design. All these are just CSS works, right? But then at the core, they are all HTML forms. All right, so let's open, let's say Google search, for example, google.com. Sorry, I think I typed it wrong. Okay, google.co.uk. This is a form right here. Okay, so if I right click it and then we inspect, okay, we'll find some form element. This is an input, okay, which will show, I'll show you what an input is and all. We have the class over, like the whole user. So every single form out there at the core is the same thing. The only difference is how they are styled, or how they have been styled, or how they have been designed. Okay, so how does a form work? All right, how does a form work? So let's look at that very quickly. So for example, Google search. Okay, so we have the form input, we have the submit buttons and everything. Now what happens is that this is where backend languages like PHP and all these languages come inside. Okay, so now when you click submit, or you click Google search, the browser sends the information in a form to the backend, to the server. Okay, where there is a PHP script or code that has been written to process the language. So if it's a sign up form, once you click submit, all the information is sent to the server, your name, your username, your password. In the PHP or Java or C# or Python, whatever is at the backend takes all that information, processes it, and then sends you the response that, hey, your sign up was successful, your sign up failed. In the case of Google search, once you submit the search, okay, Google processes and then gives you your search results. So that's how the form works. So the form is the one thing that helps you to interact with the server side. Okay, so in this particular lesson, we'll not talk about the PHP side of things because that's out of the scope of this course, but it's essential that you know what is going on, all right, okay, of how forms work. So once you understand this, okay, now let's go back to how we can design our own forms. All right, so we are going to take a project. Okay, so assuming as a professional developer, let's say a restaurant owner came to you and is like, oh, I sell pizza. I want people to be able to come to my website and then order pizza from me, from my store. And once they order the pizza, I want to see the information on my end. Okay, now our focus is on the form. Okay, the form that people will use to order the pizza. All right, so now we have to put down the requirements for the ordering. Okay, so let's put the requirements in a comment. Okay, something to guide us. Okay, so the owner says that, okay, so my customer should provide their name, their first name, okay, and last name. Okay, they should provide their phone number. Okay, they should provide their address. Okay, that's their address or delivery location. Okay, which is very important. Okay, and they should also provide maybe what time, the time they want the pizza delivered. Sorry. Okay, so let's quickly save this now, like we always do. Okay. All right, so then you see this is your flow. You've not started coding, you are just taking the requirements. Okay, these are the details the person wants, right? And then also I want them to choose the type of pizza they want. So I sell a lot of pizza, okay, and I want my customers, when they are ordering, I want them to be able to choose this type of pizza that they want, which recipe that they want, so that I'll know. Then they should also provide the quantity, or let's say the number of boxes. So whether you are ordering 2 boxes or whether you are ordering 3 boxes, whatever it is, they should be able to type it in. Also, they should choose whether they want toppings or not. So you can choose either you want toppings or you don't want toppings. All right. Now, because it's my website, I want to such that anytime my customers are ordering from me, at least they should provide their username and password, so that immediately, if it's your first time, an account can be created for you on our end. Okay, so these are some of the details that I want. Okay, I think you should also add the email. Okay, so you are taking the requirements. So clients will come to you, hey, I want you to do this for me. So you take all the requirements, you write it down somewhere, or you type it somewhere, such that you can remember what actually it is that they want. Okay, so far these are the requirements that we have taken. Oh, okay, so as developers, you come, okay, well, so it means I need to design a form that takes in all this. Okay, We are not going to style the form too much over here, but just the basics. Okay, so now let's get started. So a form in HTML is just like any other element, all right? So we'll keep the comments at the top. Okay, so we take the form, we open the form element, and we have our form. So this is the basic form element. All right, now over here we said that when somebody submits the form should go to a certain script or code on the server right here, which will process whatever information that has been sent and then give a response. Okay, now how do we send that information to the server? There's this we call the action attribute. So in the action attributes, there will be a certain code on the server, right, which will be a PHP script or whatever. So we say maybe pizza order.php. Okay, that could be the script. And then a form has a method attribute. So the method, we said HTTP. If you remember that particular lesson, we said HTTP, there's the post, there's the get, there's so many types of HTTP requests, right? So we can say post, okay, or we can put there get, whatever it is, okay. So we will leave it as post for now, okay, right? So now what happens is that when this form is submitted, the information will be sent to this script, pizza order.php, and this script will be in charge of, there will be some instructions over there. Say, okay, process this order, send a message to the person, create the accounts. All will be handled by this script. HTML doesn't do that. Like we said, HTML is simply for marking up the form. All right, okay, so now we don't have PHP. What we'll do is that we'll just make these things, we'll remove this from here and make a hash. Okay, we are not actually posting anything, so we make a hash. We are just displaying the form, right? Now, so this is the basic form element. So you said we need their first name and their last name. Okay, so now this is where we introduce the first type of form field. Okay, we call input type is equal to text. Okay, so a form element is also the input element is also an empty element, like an image element. Okay, so over here we label it input with an attribute type and then a value text. So as you go along, you realize that we have so many different types of input. There's text, there's date and time. We'll go through all that so you know how it. So over here you realize that now we have our elements over here where we can type the first name of the person. Okay, first name of the person over there. Okay, so that's the input field, right? Then let's go to the next one. Okay, that's the last name. So we repeat the input again. So this is what we use. Input type is equal to text. This is for the last name. Okay, so you realize that there is already another input field over here. Okay, but the problem is they are not being separated out, they are all together. And then also, how do we know this is for first name and this is for last name? Okay, so over here we can label with a simple p tag. Okay, okay, so there's something happening here on my keyboard, sorry. Okay, so first name, right, sorry about that. Okay, so that's the first name. Okay, then we can have p last name. Okay, over here, so we can have last name over here. All right, so realize that now this has been separated out. Okay, or we can use the more accepted standard for labeling the input fields. We call them labels. Okay, so instead of the p, we can use what we call labels. Over here we make a label. Okay, and then over here we make it label right here. Okay, so that's label. Then we have label, then we have label 2 over here. So already you see how it's being laid out now. Okay, now what you can do is that right after every input we can put a breaking tag over there. Okay, so that then it drops to the next line. Okay, so we have br over there. We can also add another br. Okay, so then it drops by 2. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, so now we have the nice first name and then the last name over there. Okay, so this could have been done easier with CSS or with some other markers, but then this is also perfect. Okay, so first name, last name, okay, they are all input type of text. Okay, so learn how to put it. So you can fill in your name, maybe Peter, okay, and then your last name is Joe, right? So that could be the first name and the last name of the customer. Then we said we want the phone number. All right, okay, so then let's put the BR tags here, which is breaking space. Okay, let's create another label. In fact, as we do this, let's space it out, okay, to make our work cleaner. So label, we have the phone number. Okay, so this can be input type is equal to tel. Okay, that is another type of input, the tel input. Okay, good. So why does this matter? We could have used text inputs over here, but why do we use tel? Right now, when you use the right sort of type, now when the person is opening the form on a mobile phone, okay, the smartphone or the mobile phone pops up different types of keyboard depending on the type of input. Okay, so if you put tel over here, when the person opens this on a phone, the keyboard that will be popped up will be numbers, so the person can type the phone number, right? But if you make this text and the person opens this on the phone, it will open the entire keyboard and the person now has to go to the number column and then go and type. So you see, we mentioned that you have to be thinking about usability and accessibility across different devices. Okay, so this is why we are using tel instead of text. All right, so this is the phone number. Okay, want the person to be able to enter the email. Okay, all right, so we label again email. So you already get the flow of things right now. Sorry, label, input type, email. All right, once again, we can use text for this, but then we would want to use the right ones to just so that when the person is using other devices, it will be easier for inputting. All right, so then we have the BR. You realize that the BR over here, I closed it with this column, but then as it's an empty element, you can either leave it like this or you can include it. Okay, whatever works, but to make things consistent, you can just leave it like this. Okay, and then they'll work all the same. So what's the next element? Okay, we said we want the address or delivery location of the person. Okay, so label, we put address over here. Okay, so this time around, we can use an element called the text area element. Okay, now the text area element gives you a bigger field. Okay, text area, you see what we have here. So you see it's giving us something that is expandable. So if the address is longer, the person can sort of input the address over there. Okay, so that's the text area. So let's go on now with the text area. What you can also do is that you can sort of modify the height and the width a little. So we can add an attribute called rows, maybe give you a rows of 5. Okay, you see it's bigger now. Okay, we can see rows of, I mean, it depends. If you are expecting the input to be very long, then you can give it you can make it big by default. So you see you have rows 5 colons 10. Okay, so meaning 5 rows 10 column size, right? You can also manipulate it in CSS as well. So this is optional for you doing the design, to know what is actually required or what will work for your customer. Okay, and then also we can go again. They said that the person said they want, okay, I want customers to be able to choose the time they want the pizza delivered. Okay, so we add another label, right? This is BR and then BR. You're already marking up a form. This is very easy, right? So we have delivery time. Okay, so we have the delivery time right here. Okay, so input type, now we can use time. Okay, then we can close that over here. Okay, so realize that input type time, now we got this nice time selector over here. Okay, that we can choose. So if you're on your mobile device, for example, this will pop up a nice time selection for the customer to be able to choose. Okay, so that's the input type of time. Okay, so you just look at, okay, what kind of information are you expecting, and based on the information you're expecting, you choose the right and appropriate input for that. Okay, so this is very, very necessary, very, very, very important. Okay, and then the next thing, they said they want the type of pizza, so meaning the customer would have to display some types of pizza for the customer to the owner will have to display some types of pizza for the customer to select, right? So we have label, so choose the type of pizza you want. Okay, all right, now this time around we'll use an element called a select element. Okay, so select, right, we'll close it. Okay, so the select element allows you to choose from a drop down of options. Okay, so sorry, I didn't bring this BR here. So okay, so select, then next we'll provide the option. So in the select element we have the elements called the option elements. So option, right? Now by default, the option element, the first one, usually leave it as empty. Okay, then you go to the next one, option, you can make it messy, pepperoni. Okay, that's option number one. You can say maybe cheesy. And let's just give some dummy options over here. Then we can have, let's say, Hawaiian. Okay, Hawaiian, right, for example. So let's say we have 3 pizza options over here. Okay, so we have pepperoni, cheesy, and Hawaiian. So the person clicks over, you see we have pepperoni, cheesy, and Hawaiian. So these are the options. All right, now for the select field, now how does, we said that the form is submitted to the server. How does the server know that you chose pepperoni, or you chose cheesy, or you chose Hawaiian? Okay, now each option comes with what we call the value. Okay, so pepperoni. Okay, now the value is the value, the text between the option tags is what the customer sees, the user sees, but the value is actually what is sent to the customer. So over here, the value, you can actually make it something like CSY. Okay, for example, you can make it like HW, right? So even though the customer is seeing Hawaiian, okay, what is actually being sent to the server is HW. Okay, and then you know how you can process that. Okay, so we can just make this, to make things easy, cheesy, and we can leave this as HW as Hawaiian, just for you to know that this can be different. And then also the first one can be, it should be empty. It's a rule that you try and make the first option empty. Okay, so that then you can actually choose other things, else by default one of them will be selected. Okay, so this is the select drop down, very, very easy. There's more to it that I think as you play around with it more and more, you discover more things that you can do with select. But basically this is how the select drop down works. Okay, you can style it with CSS to make it look better, and then all that stuff. Then also we said, the person said, okay, I want the customer to choose the number of boxes that they want. Okay, so we say number of, or let's just say quantity, right? Quantity being ordered. Okay, let's put our BR tags here. I always forget it. Okay, so this is label. Okay, quantity being ordered. So now we can use an input type is called number. Okay, so we are exploring most of the common form fields. Okay, so this is number. So we realize that the number over here comes with this arrows that you can increase and decrease. So realize that even though we could have used text over here, all right, we know that what we are dealing with is you see text doesn't have it. What we are dealing with is a number. So as the developer, we put the right type over there to optimize the customer's experience. Okay, so then we use the number so that we know that the person can sort of be increasing the quantity, and then makes it easy. And on the person's smartphone, what will happen is that once the person clicks to enter the quantity, the phone will pop up the the number keypad, okay, so that the person can input the quantity. So what are the other things that are needed? Okay, the owner said that, okay, customers will be able to choose whether they want toppings or not. Okay, so let's do that as well. Label. Would you like some toppings? This is an interesting form, right? Okay, so I didn't add the BR tags over here. I always forget these BR tags anyways. Okay, so would you like some toppings, right? Now, usually we would say the possible options would be what? Yes or no, right? So we'll have something we call the radio buttons. Okay, radio buttons, they sort of help you choose between one or two choices. All right, so we'll have so let's create the one radio button label. We'll label a yes. Okay, let's close the label over here. Okay, and then we'll make this. So now what happens is that we put this time around, we put the input in the label. Okay, I'll explain why we do that. Input type, we call it radio. Okay, please take note of this. Input type, we call it radio. So realize that over here we have yes over here, right? And then we'll give it a value of yes. Okay, and we'll give it a name of toppings. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, but let me quickly explain what we are doing here. Okay, we can let's readjust this. Bring this here. Okay, so that the input will be on the left side of the word. Okay, so would you like some topping? Yes or no? Let's add one more. Okay, then I will explain what. So let's copy and paste this. Okay, and then this time around, let's make this no. Okay, and then let's make the value over here to no. Perfect. Okay, so how this works is that, you know, with the select, right, we have, when we click pepperoni, the server sends the browser sends pepperoni to our server for processing. Okay, now radio input types allow the user to choose one option out of all the multiple options. Okay, so if you have something like yes or no, you want the customer to strictly choose just one out of it, you can use the radio element. Now, one of the elements will have the value of yes, and one of the elements will have the value of no. Okay, and then this name tag over here, we label it as toppings. Now, what is the name tag? Now, the name attributes, right? When you are sending, when the browser is sending the information to the server, right, the name is important to be used by the server to process. So the server will pick this particular tag, okay, of toppings. Once the server picks the input with the name of toppings, it will get the value at that time. Now, the name tag is something that you apply to all your elements. Okay, so for example, your first name will have name tag of first name. Okay, without the name attribute, right, when you submit the form, the server or your PHP scripts will not understand what's going on. Okay, because PHP cannot pick inputs, or cannot pick this input just as it is. This is for HTML, this is for the user. What PHP needs to know that, okay, first name, what identifies the input? That is name. Okay, just like in CSS, okay, when we are doing CSS, we said we have something we call class or ID. Okay, that identifies a certain paragraph or an element. It's the same way in your back-end language, in your scripting language, in your PHP, in your Python, your Java. The name identifies that particular input. Okay, so then with the name, the script can be able to pick the value that you typed. Okay, so when I type Gilbert here and I submit this form, the form can pick first name as the name, and then it will get this value. Okay, so once you enter into PHP, you understand more of how this works. Okay, so basically all your form fields should have that name tag. Okay, but because we are not doing any processing over here, this is why I chose not to bring it over here. But then once you get there, you know that you need a name tag. Okay,
So follow she's accordingly. And you realize that now this time around we put the input field, the input radio in the label. Why did we do that? Okay, because then what happens is that it's for user experience, or a better user experience. Now, if we do not do that, the user will have to straightly click on this dot over here before he can select yes. But once we put it in the input in the label, then it means even if the user clicks the yes or the no, it will still be selected. Okay, so we sort of we've wrapped the label around the input. So even when you click the label, it sort of selects that particular radio element. Okay, so this is why we wrapped it that way. Okay, so you can practice this you can even add more radio element, maybe yes, no. You can even have something like maybe. Okay, but whatever be the case, for a radio element, you can only select one element, one value at a time. So you cannot select yes and no at the same time. You get what's going on. Okay, so let's go on with the requirements. Okay, so choose toppings or not. We already brought yes or no, and then the last two, the username and password. So our owner said that he wants his customers to be able to provide their username and password, so we'll have to provide that for him. Okay, so input type. So for this we can use a simple text field. Okay, username, right? And then we can do the final one, which is password. Okay, so this time around we use a type called password. Okay, perfect. So what does the password do? I'm sure you've seen it severally on most websites. Okay, once you type, it masks the value of the password. Okay, so that somebody looking at your screen cannot be able to see what you are typing. Okay, and then the password too is very important for browsers. Sometimes they ask you, would you like to save this password and all that. All that is because they've detected something called a password on your website. Okay, so so basically this is our pizza form. Okay, it's not looking very nice here because we've just marked up with HTML. You ask yourself, how come we've not marked with HTML but we have this black stuff over there? So basically it's because we the browser is trying to give some default styles to it. That is why it is looking like that. Okay, so let's add something small, okay, to it. So let's add an H1 tag over here. Pizza order form. Okay, so because I haven't closed the H1, it's affecting every other thing. So pizza order form, we have our pizza order form over here, right? Let's see whether we can apply some small CSS to this to give it some color, right? So form, we can say background color orange. Let's try orange and see. I don't know how nice it will be. Okay, so we have some form over here. Let's make the padding 10 pixels. Okay, this is not the best form that we have, and let's manage this like that. Okay, as you go into CSS, you can start it out. So this is your pizza order form. Now there's one thing that we haven't added. What button do people click to submit their form? Okay, so we need a button, right? So we create input type, we make a submit. Okay, and then we give a value of place order. Okay, so that's an attribute. So over here we have the place order over here, dr. Okay, perfect. So now our place order is right there. Now with CSS you can make this particular input nicer. You know, you can you can make it look, you can give it some additional colors and then all that. So but basically this is it. So we have successfully marked up the entire pizza form. Okay, you know what the input type text does, you know what input type tell down, you know what input type email does, you've done text areas. I mean, if you know this, you can mark up a whole lot of forms. In fact, you can mark up full forms without this. Okay, most forms you meet, they have the type text or they have the type password or username or radio and then whatnot. Okay, so let's quickly go through some other input types that we haven't yet covered, so that you will still get an idea of the variety of input types that we have. Okay, so this is your pizza form that you can process. Unfortunately for now, it's not working, it doesn't go anywhere, it's just for display purposes. Okay, so hopefully by the end of our CSS course, you'll be able to come back to this and then make it look way nicer. All right, so okay, so let's go to the next section and then go through a few other form fields that we haven't yet covered. Okay, so let's tackle some more type of form inputs. All right, so we have the let's try another one, inputs. Okay, there's something called the value attributes. Okay, so let me just input type text. Okay, now the value attributes also allows you to pre-populate the field with a value. Okay, so we can have value fill me. Okay, so okay, so you realize that over here, even before the person fills it, there's already a value that has been inserted over there. Okay, so if the person doesn't actually type something over here, when they submit the form, this fill me value will be gone. But immediately the person actually fills with something, right, then this value will be overwritten. So then this else is what will be sent. Okay, let's save this right here. Okay, all right, so you see immediately upon page load, the fill me came back. All right, so that's it for values. Okay, and there's also something we call placeholders, input type text. So usually for placeholders, you are sort of you are giving tip to the customer as to what they should enter in the form. Okay, so usually you see something like example, maybe Tema, for example. Okay, so I'm saying that like maybe the form is saying enter your location of stay, then you can give placeholder example Tema. Okay, so this is not an actual value. Immediately you start typing, it lives over there. Okay, it's no more. But then once the field is empty, it gives you a tip that hey, an example can be this. So that's the use of a placeholder. It's a placeholder. It's a dummy text for you to show you what you should actually enter. Okay, there's also one type of input we didn't explore. We call it the search input type search. Okay, it's also a very interesting input field. Okay, on the surface it doesn't look very different from the type text, right? But then what happens is that on mobile devices, for example, it pops up with the search icon by the keyboard. Okay, so then the customer can easily type the search and then need to issue the search. Okay, so this is very important. Then we also have one input type. Let me break this right here. Okay, we call the input type file. Okay, so imagine you want to let the customer, maybe it's a sign up form, the customer has to upload their profile image, for example, or it's maybe an application form, the customer has to the user has to upload their registration document or their CV or whatever it is. Okay, we use the input type file. So when you click the file, that pops up the window where the user can choose their file. Okay, and then you can send it to your PHP or your back end so that the file can be processed and uploaded. So we use the input type of file. All right, then we have another interesting input type called input hidden. Input type hidden. Now this input type is on the form, but it doesn't show on the page. Okay, so this is a very powerful input type. Very powerful. Sometimes there's a form there, but then there's certain information that you need to submit as part of the form that you do not necessarily need the customer to input manually. Okay, so let's say you want to send something like the name of the browser. Let's just say you want to send the name of the browser or the location of the customer as part of the form. You can just store that in a hidden input, and then that value will be sent to the customer. So usually you can set this with JavaScript, or you can manually add a value over there of, let's say 50, for example. So once the form is being submitted, this value will be sent together with the form. Okay, so input type headings are very, very powerful. Very powerful. They have so many use cases, and I really want you to read more on them. Okay, we talked about input type time, okay, but we never talked about date. So input type date. Okay, so sorry, this is date instead of data. Okay, so input type date. Okay, so over here you see it pops up something that can help you choose the date. Okay, so instead of the text that will make the customer type, 12th of April 2020 or whatever it is, you can just enter the type of date, and then the customer will, the browser will automatically render some nice calendar for them to choose the date, and then you can send this to your server. There's another interesting type of input called the input type of color. Okay, so this allows you to choose a color. So let's say the person is creating their profile, for example, and you want the user to be able to choose some color theme of their profile. Okay, the input type color is there. So this is all, and this is functional across most browsers. Okay, so they can choose a color across a wide range of colors, and then you can store their color selection in the database, and then things can go on with it. Right, so these are some of the popular inputs, the most common ones that you'll be using frequently. Okay, now there are also some attributes that you can add to the form. So let's say over here, leave me empty. Okay, instead of the fill me, you want a field where, well, it's part of the form, you want customers to see it, but you don't want them to be able to change the value of it. Okay, so for that you can make it disabled. Okay, so when you make a form field disabled, you realize that over here, I try to click it, I can't do anything over here. Okay, so that's disabled. Now you are displaying it to the customer you are displaying it to the user for the user to see. Okay, but I'm saying that, hey, don't touch me. Maybe there's this particular information that you need to send along. You want the user to know that, hey, I'm sending this information, but then this information is untouchable. Okay, it's maybe some automatically generated ID or some information that it has to go. So the requirements for the form. So then with the disabled attributes, you'll be able to sort of make an input field like that. And also you realize that over here, this is an attribute that it doesn't have any value, so we don't have any disabled is equal to something. Okay, so this is the shorthand for disabled is equal to true. Okay, so there are some attributes that they have shorthand, so you don't need to type disabled is equal to true, but in HTML you can just put disabled over here, and then the browser will automatically assume that, hey, disabled is equal to true. Okay, so these are certain kind of attributes. There are just a few attributes that can act like that, but disabled is one of them. So it's good you know that. So now that we've gone through most of the types of forms, there's one more that it's important that you know, okay, which is also the checkbox. All right, so it's usually the sister for radio input. So we have, let's say, there's a checkbox where there's a list of things that you can choose from. Let me just give some. So label, maybe number one. Let me just do something random over here. Number one, input type is equal to checkbox. Okay, all right, and then we close the label. Okay, so you see we have the checkbox over here, right? So I can make this a lot, maybe number one, number two, number three. Okay, so I can choose. So the difference between the checkbox and the radio is that for the checkbox you can choose multiple items, but the radio you can choose only one. Okay, so this can have a value of 1, right? This can have a value of 2. This can have a value of 3. Okay, sorry. So you realize that even though I'm displaying number 1, number 2, number 3 to the customer, behind the scenes, when the person chooses number 1, I'm actually sending the value of 1. When the person chooses number 2, I'm actually sending the value of 2 to the server. Okay, so these are checkboxes. Checkboxes are also very powerful forms. In fact, you use them in most forms. Most of the time, you see them in agreeing to terms and conditions. So you say check here to agree to the terms and conditions, or I agree to the terms and conditions. Then you see a checkbox over there, and then you check it, and then it's submitted with the form. On some forms, if you don't agree, it doesn't allow you to submit. Okay, so checkboxes too are really, really important. Okay, so depending on what information is needed or what input is needed, you know that there's a variety of HTML tags and form elements that you can use to design your form. So we've covered most of the forms. Now there are some things you need to know about designing forms, okay, so that you design good forms. Now the first thing is avoid unnecessary questions. Okay, if a question is not important for the working of the platform, or it's not important to you, the business, or whatever it is, don't ask. If you don't need the customer's email or the customer's phone number, don't ask. Ask only what is required, because filling forms by users don't like to fill forms. Okay, so ask what is only needed. Okay, also consider how you sort of arrange the form, okay, to make it look appealing. Okay, lay it out properly. Think about where the users will be using it at. Okay, and lay it out properly. You are the designer, so it's important. Also, choose your input types carefully. Okay, if you don't need text, don't use text. If you don't need checkbox, use something else. If it's a date and time field, use the appropriate input types. Okay, and then clarify the form. Sometimes leave tips. The label should be clear. Okay, don't label something name when you need a full name. Okay, or then don't label something first name when it's the full name that you need. If it's the full name that you need, put the label full name. Please enter your full name. Okay, so these are some of the best practices around forms that you should you should know of. So we've done a lot, okay, about on this HTML. We've come such a long way. We've covered so many things. In fact, at this point in time, without CSS, you can mark up a full website. You've done images, you've done links, you can do a whole lot of what you've learned. Okay, but in the next session, we'll do the last thing, which is called embedded media, where we'll go through some. It will be a very short section. Okay, we'll just go through some what an embedded media, something called an iframe, and all that, and then see how that works. So you are doing great so far. Let's finish hard on this. Okay, so we'll talk about something also very interesting called iframes. Okay, iframes are elements that sort of they allow you to have a website. They allow you to embed portions of another website right in your website. Okay, so iframes are also very simple to use. We have iframe. Okay, and then we close it. Iframe. Okay, over here, and then iframes have SRCs. Okay, so for the iframe, you can put the link of any website you want to embed over there, and then depending on the security settings of your website, it will allow you to embed. Okay, so we are going to look at a popular sort of embedding of iframe. Okay, so imagine this is our website. You're going to embed a YouTube video in our website, okay, with an iframe. Okay, so let's label this as my favorite YouTube video. Okay, and now we are going to embed our YouTube video over here with an iframe. Okay, so I have a YouTube video open here. Okay, so I'm going to click on share, and then I'll click on embed. Okay, and now you see YouTube has already provided the HTML code for me to embed, right? So I just click copy right here, then I go back to my pen and I paste it right over here. Okay, so that's my embed. Let me save this immediately. Okay, so now we have embedded a YouTube video in our website. All right, so let's go through some of the attributes. So we have the width, just like we did for the image. We have the height over here. We have the SRC, which is the link to the particular YouTube video. We have the title. We have the frame border. All these are attributes. Now we have the allow, accelerometer, autoplay, clipboard. All these things are various attributes that you can explore more and more. So we have the allow full screen attributes, meaning as I watch the video now, for copyright purposes, I wouldn't want to play the video, okay, to go through this better, okay. But then as I watch the video, I can open it full screen right on my website, okay. So these are some of the attributes to iframes that you can explore, okay. So the iframe attributes, the iframe element is a very a key element in the developing of websites when you want to include some functionality in your website directly without having to program things from scratch. It's not just for YouTube, things like Twitter. Maybe you want to embed Twitter feed in your website, you definitely use the iframe. Or you want to embed some information from another website, you can also do that in an iframe as well. So I hope you could get this iframe. There's a whole lot of embedded media elements that I'll leave to you as further reading. Go and do well to research on all the various embedded forms of media. We have the object, we have the picture, okay. Go and explore that, see what they do, and you realize that they all work similarly to what we've already talked about. And once you are done, you cap your HTML course with 100% satisfaction rating. So one thing you should know is that we've done a whole lot of HTML tags, but do not force yourself to learn everything by rote, okay. Take it as and when they come. All right, don't try to cram everything in your head, okay. They will all come naturally with time. You get it? All the ways I've taught you over here, all the elements I've used over here, most of them come straight from my mind. There are some that I have to go and refer again, and that's okay, right? There's so much to learn. You cannot keep everything all at once, okay? But as you practice more and more, a huge portion of them become a part of you. So anytime you need to do something, they just pop out from your head, and then you mark up your things, and then you are good to go. So we have come to the end of our HTML course, okay, our introduction to HTML crash course. This has been a very long journey, and if you've gotten to this point, my goodness, you have done so amazingly well. So amazingly well. Do well to practice everything that you've learned over here, and there will be a link to the assignments right in the description of the video, so you can check out the project description, the assignments, and then practice on your own, do it on your own and see how it goes. It'll be very straightforward, and I know you can do it. Try to build more complicated HTML stuff and markups as compared to what we've done over here. Try to analyze websites and popular websites that you visit, see whether you can figure out what's going on behind the scenes, or try to figure out some of the code that they've already done. You've already learned how to inspect elements, view the source and all that. Take your time, absorb everything, close your eyes, look at it, try to picture it, try to get the overview of it, get it into your bloodstream, get it into your mind, get it into the soul. I mean, you're a professional web developer now, so you have to live it, you have to breathe it, you have to be able to spit it out even when you are waking up from sleep, and that is what makes you an amazing web developer. So thank you very much for sticking to this course, and then I definitely hope to see you in the next one. Quick one as well, if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, please do well to subscribe, and then click on the notification bell so that anytime there's a new video here, you'll be able to get immediate notification and then watch it. All right, we'll be releasing weekly content. We'll be talking a lot about your career, not just the coding part like I always say. So do well to subscribe for us and to support the channel. This is all entirely free. We don't charge anything for it, so do well to subscribe to the channel, and then share with your friends, share with your loved ones that you think that this video can also benefit them, and then we are very much grateful. Thank you very much once again, and hope to see you in the next course.